You're ready. All right, I'll call Rich County Commission meeting to order. First up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Lee, would you lead us in that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I was afraid I'm going to forget it.
Welcome to Randolph. That's a little on the minus this morning, so we're getting closer to cabin, so the temperature starts dropping and the snow levels start coming up, and you know it's getting spring. First, we got a motion for the agenda. Are we good, Annalisa, on the agenda? Is it?
But it's good.
Okay, I'll make a motion. We set the agenda as presented for February's meeting.
Second.
Moving second that the agenda be set for today. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Rob, first up.
Got some hard copies of the
Right.
audit.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. You want to state your name?
Yeah, Rob Johnson, financial officer from Bear River Mental Health. So I was on the agenda for two things. One was the new addendum to the contract. Each year, when the state allocates money for mental health, the counties by law are supposed to match that money at 20%. So each year we do an addendum to the contract with the amount that's needed for that 20% match. And what we do is take the amount of state dollars that need to be matched, and we plug in the populations from Rich, Cache, and Box Elder County, and the formula just figures out how much of that needs to be paid by each county based on population. And so that new amount, that's $7,888 in that addendum, is the amount that Rich County would pay for their 20% match on the state funds. And we'll talk a little bit more about that county match as we get into the audit also.
Let's go and find that and get that thing real quick. Because you need an actual signature on this, right?
I don't think I need that today. You could sign that at another time and just send it to us. I will need a signature on this that the audit's been presented from each of the commissioners, but not on that addendum necessarily today.
Okay.
Then on the audit, state code says that the mental health authority, which is the county commissions or the county council in Cache County, each year that they that officers from the mental health center come and present the audit and have time for questions. And then this is the certification that happened. So if you'll open the audit to page 5, this is the independent auditor's report. And the second paragraph down, that's the right place, Commissioner Weston. The second paragraph down, the auditors state, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Bear Mental Health Services, Inc. as of June 30th, 24 and 23, and the changes in its net assets and cash flows for the years then ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. It's a fancy way to say that this is a clean audit. They didn't have any findings. Let's switch over to page 8. We'll go through some of the financial stuff, and then at the end, I'll be glad to field any questions. On page 8, this is the statement of financial position, or the balance sheet. And you can see that total assets is up to 19.9 million. One of the things I'd like to point out, if you go down in that second section under liabilities and net assets, that unexpended county funds, Bear Mental Health's on us. We're with the state fiscal year, and you're on the calendar year. All the counties are on the calendar year. And so when we give you that amount, that's 7,888, that's what we think we'll need for the upcoming year. But depending on what the legislature gives us in July, it could be more or less than that. So if the counties ever put in more than the required 20% match, we keep it as an unexpended on our balance sheet that we can use for match in a year where the state maybe gives more than we thought that they were going to give, and then you have some cushion and don't have to go mid-year and redo your budget. So of that 63,168, Rich County's portion of that is $12,568. So even though you're a much smaller portion of the total revenue, you have put in more over the years and have a pretty good chunk of that balance. If we switch over to page 9, this is the statement of activities or the income statement. You can see down the third number from the bottom. Our net income for the year was $934,000. If you look up at the third number from the top, that 546,701, that's the amount from all 3 counties. That's the 20% match on most of the state funds. Not all state funding requires the 20% match, but that money, the local money from the 3 counties, is really what allows us to build our revenue. It's kind of like an inverted pyramid with the county at the bottom. That money allows us to bring down the state dollars, and then those state and county dollars allow us to match Medicaid and bring in the big chunk of our revenue, the Medicaid. The expenses there, if we switch over to page 10, there's a more detailed breakout of those in this functional expense sheet on page 10. We are a service industry, and you can see that most of our expenditures are for personnel. We also have a pretty good chunk in the professional, and that is to pay for hospitalizations in the psychiatric ward for our clients if they, need to be hospitalized. And then if we go back to page 25, this is another report that the auditors issue on internal control and compliance stuff. That right there at the bottom, it says, during our audit, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we consider to be material weaknesses. And if we switch over to the next page, on page 26, the last sentence of that first paragraph, the results of our test disclose no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll try and answer them.
Where are we at as far as our state funding going forward? Rob, how do you feel like that the legislature, they got the governor put in his budget an amount? Is it up or down from last year?
I think what I'm hearing from what they're saying in the legislature is we're probably in mental health and substance abuse not going to get any new money. They have done one thing, Commissioner Cox. We've argued for years that they keep raising the Medicaid match on the physical health and not taking care of behavioral health. And I think that they're going to put us in the consensus where if there are increased eligibles or inflation, that we should get some of that for our match. So there may be some new state money just for Medicaid match on that consensus. That's what I'm hearing so far.
Yeah, hopefully they'll treat us the same.
Yeah. And that's a double-edged sword. There will be years when eligibles go down, and there'll be years when the FMAP doesn't do what it needs, that's opposite. We could lose some money, but for long term, I think it really makes a lot of sense for us to be in that consensus process.
I think so too. I mean, I think that's, yeah. Okay.
What's, you said over here that the professional is the hospitalized.
Yeah, that's the majority of that.
What's the intensive services?
The intensive services is that hospitalization, and it also includes our day programming and our residential programming. So it's not just someone coming in once a week or once a month for therapy. These are people who are getting wraparound services. They're in a day program, getting group services, maybe on a daily basis or multiple days a week, or they're in our residential facility or in one of our apartments. And that's where those expenses come from.
Just what it is, intensive.
Yep.
Okay.
And the hospitalization's also in there.
So on your cash and cash equivalents, do you guys hold a lot of your money in like public trust funds?
Yeah, almost all of it's in there, Commissioner Lee,
Okay,
in the PTIF, and
which their rate is still pretty high at the moment.
yeah.
Okay. And I guess with a new administration, you guys haven't seen any threat of frozen funding or anything like that, since it's direct to.
I haven't seen anything. I think the biggest concern, and I'm not being political here. I don't know whether it would be good or bad, but something that could affect us is if they decided to block grant Medicaid, which is obviously the biggest line item in our revenue.
Which I think they've indicated that's not something that's been on the table at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in his first administration, he did float that idea, and I'm not sure where that will go.
Okay.
He's too worried about the federal government right now. Do we need a motion for this signature or just sign it?
So I'd make a motion that we approve the financial audit that's been presented to us. And I also include in that motion that we sign the addendum for Ridge County's portion of the cash match.
I second that.
Okay, moving second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thanks again for the continued funding. Without that funding from the counties, we would be a small little mental health center.
Has the commissioner ever been on your board before? Bill ever been on there?
Yeah, just till recently, Commissioner Cox was on the board.
I'm gonna make a copy of this and bring it right back. It's up.
Okay. And maybe if you want to make a copy of that, I could take it too, since it's signed.
Absolutely, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
You can stick around to hear Jordan's presentation too. Okay.
Randall.
Morning, guys.
Want to state your name and who you're representing?
Randall Knight, Garden City Fire District. So I just want to update you guys on a couple of meetings I went to last couple of weeks. You guys was at the first one I went to, the wildland fire mitigation. And the main concern that they had there that I walked away with, and Commissioner Cox and Lee was at that meeting, so if I miss something here, you guys correct me, but it seemed like the main thing they were concerned with is fire fuels in the county, and also the HOAs that have a single input and output, and that seemed to me like that most of those are located in the Garden City Fire District area. I know I live in Swan Creek Village, and we only have one way in and one way out. In that meeting, they talked about trying to have a fire protection fund where maybe people could go to, or cities, counties could go to and get some funds out of that to help offset some of the cost to get rid of some of that fuel. And one of the things that come up was maybe having a mulching machine that could go around and have an operator also that would operate it so it would hopefully not break as often as apparently the one that they had before did. And so by mulching it, that would reduce the amount of volume that would be created by all that brush and tree limbs that's gathered. So that was one of the things. I've talked to all the property owners surrounding Swan Creek Village to see if they'd be interested in allowing an emergency access off of the out of the HOA to get to Highway 89. And the only one that showed any interest in that was Chad Stokes, and he said that he would be interested in hearing what Travis and I would come up with for an access off of the north end of Swan Creek. There's a lower road on the west side of the canal, and that would go down into his property. And well, some budget would have to be to put culverts across the canal and the ditch so that people could go off that lower road, Rendezvous Way, and go across the canal and the ditch to get onto his property and over to Highway 89.
Does his property, does it butt up against the Swan Creek
Yes, it does.
subdivision?
Yeah, on the north end.
So
You know where the meadow's at?
Yeah.
So Ned Calder owns
Yeah.
quite a bit of that.
This
The
is-
other
this
half,
is-
I understand, Chad owns that. And he wants to keep the least amount of change to his land. He wouldn't want to
so the,
have a big road go through it.
yeah, so is the road already there where it goes back up there?
No,
So there is no road at this time.
right. Well, I wasn't able to really see how far the end of that Rendezvous Way is away from his driveway. So I don't know, it'd be shorter to go to his driveway and then out, or to make another small dirt road over to 89, so that when people come off, they don't just scatter and tear up his whole pasture area.
You got some insight on this?
End of Rendezvous Run, which is, I think, what we're talking about, which is that little road that goes out north along the west side of that meadow. Terminates in a cul-de-sac that's about 50 feet west and about 30 feet above the canal there. And that actually, if you kind of a nice place if you could get over the grading issues, because it's a pretty steep grade there, but it would be a straight shot out over the canal and down through that meadow, and it would probably intersect with what I think is Ned's driveway.
Ned is not amenable to it all, so we'd have to go to through Chad's. You're grinning, so you know. No comment.
Just, if Chad's willing to work with that, how much of this would be, how much of his property would it impact?
Well, it'd just be the width of the road that we'd put in. So I think maybe a 12-foot road.
But how,
How long?
but how,
I don't know. We'll figure that out. I figured we'd have to wait for weather to clear up, and I suggested that we do a walk around and come up with all those numbers in May.
so how would you get out of the subdivision? Would you have to access it across somebody's lot?
No, you go off the end of that road.
Let me show you, Bill. I got it pulled up right here. So here's where they're talking about. This is Rendezvous Run right here. Here's Chad. So you still have Bear Lake Boardwalk. I'm not sure who that is, but this is the cul-de-sac they're talking about. Somehow getting access to this.
Yeah, so you see that
There,
lower road
there.
Yeah. This is Rendezvous Run that you're talking about right here. You're trying to get from this road, the canal. I mean, the canal's down here, but you're trying to get from this road all the way to this road.
Yeah. Yeah, and
It's
that,
Redwood
that
Road.
drops down towards the
That's
canal
Redwood
right
property.
there, so.
I mean, is this red line here or red?
No.
No, it's just marking the property line. So right here is like HOA land.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. So coming out of there, is there?
It looks like you'd have to cross Bear Lake Boardwalk LLC. I'm not sure who that is, but I don't think Mike's property goes up this high.
Chad's, we're talking about Chad's, right?
Chad Stokes, yeah, Chad.
Yeah,
I don't know if it butts up against it. So you might have you might have to make a deal with whoever this person is. Because the road does go up this way.
yeah, I called Ned and asked Ned who owned the property north of him, and he said Chad Stokes.
Yeah, so maybe Chad owns this as well, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Just so you had an idea of what
Yeah,
they're looking at.
where I'm talking about. So anyway, that's, and then,
Now, would this be just an emergency
Yes.
exit?
Yeah,
It would
so
not,
it-
it would not turn into a regular
right.
road, okay.
I think back in the 70s when they originally set up the Swan Creek Village, they were either was planning on buying that meadow area and having it go off or whatever, so that road we're talking about went out that way and ended right there. And I think the plan was to go off that way to have a way in and a way out and have it be the same road. A few years ago, I was four-wheeling and I could get off the south end, but that's a really rough road right now. That would take some grading to make that passable for trucks and cars. They might have blocked that off to prevent outside four-wheelers coming in, and so I was going to check that out.
Who blocked it off?
Swan Creek Village.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of they're like a wood. You can move them pretty easy, but I was just up there. There's just off of the south side. You can go past that water tank up there.
Right. Yeah.
And this Casey Lau, you remember Casey always comes in and talks about his taxes, his property. But the problem is you got that huge valley, so you'd have to go around Garden City's other water tank
Yeah.
over here and come up. You could get out this way, but it's just I mean, I popped a few tires up there.
Yeah.
And then it comes
Well,
up above Harbor Village.
Yeah, it was a good fun ride. Well, a few years ago on my four-wheeler, and then you can see where people have gone off of it in their pickups, but car couldn't be
Yeah.
passable.
In an emergency, I'm sure you could get people through there.
Right. I talked to Stacy Gunnell, and she is definitely against it. And I told her, I said, "Well, Stacy, if your way is the only way off from a fire, they're going to go through your gate and get off." And she said, "Yeah, I realize that, Randall, but I'm not going to give authorization right now. It takes some strong negotiations to be able to do that." So anyway, wanted to mention that to you. And then House Bill 48, talked to Senator Wilson a few days ago. He said it's passed through the House, and I guess it's going to committees in the Senate. And of course, that would be a big impact because what was described in that meeting is that there'd be representative from the insurance companies that would go and inspect all the residences and lots and see what their fire protection is and what their roofing material is, their siding material, and then they would determine what equitable fire insurance amount would be. And Travis said that he's already had his insurance rejected by Progressive Insurance because of the problems that they saw with his price. So seeing what comes out of House Bill 48 could really impact fire insurance rates for people in the county because we have so much fuel source that's going on.
One of the main problems with that one, is that it makes the county, the responsible party to define who's in that urban wildfire interface, you know? And administer those fees as well. So that's gonna be a lot of work for Rich County, especially where we do have such a strong interface, like the Palisades, you know, with homes built in the trees.
Well, that's, I think, because of what happened in California, that's getting a lot of traction on probably all the states.
Yeah,
We went in and talked to Casey Snyder down there in the state capitol about that one, and he wasn't.
Well, I guess my concern is there's enough properties within the interface that when you start evaluating them and triaging them and put them in the three-step category as to how much they need to be assessed, rated on their danger. So you get, and then it's going to be attached to their taxes. Well, so we're going to be collecting it. It's going to go into the state, into their state fund. And so we'll be collecting it, but let's say you get 10% of them actually done, and so they're assessed. 10% are assessed 1 year, and then you don't get the other 90% assessed. So 10% are going to be paying, and you got 90% that aren't going to be paying. And I said, you know what? This needs to be a deferral of until you can get all the properties assessed, so they're all paying on the same year. Because it's not fair for some, just because some
Got checked and
got assessed and some didn't. You know, I mean, let's say they come in and assess, Swan Creek Village, but they haven't done any of Sweetwater or any of Bridgerland or anything else. So you'd be the only one paying mitigation taxes. And I, I said, there's some real issues here, and do we, I mean, we need cooperation from the homeowners, but all that's going to do is make the homeowners mad to the point of where they're going to not want to help us cooperate with this. And so I'm hoping he'll make some modifications, but I haven't seen them. They didn't in the Senate, so we'll see.
In the House,
Or in the House, I mean, we'll see.
yeah, I asked him if there's any amendments and he didn't reply.
No, there isn't at this point. And he wouldn't hold it either.
Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you guys have thought about it, but I was thinking that maybe until this issue of having more than one way in and one way out is resolved and what impacts that could be, that maybe we ought to kind of put a moratorium on future constructions until it's kind of resolved or better defined. I don't know, think about that if you think the planning and zoning ought to step up and reduce a lot of the construction that's going on in those areas.
the planning and zoning. Don't we require in and out?
Well, subdivisions should not be approved without an ingress egress at least. And that's the plan they have. Or subdivisions got started and the ingress egress the second one has not been put in.
or it's been swallowed up or
Yeah.
disappeared, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so, intentions of, this is our way in and this is our way out, they were never followed through. And so one of the things that probably needs to take place is that, part of those approvals is, the ingress of a subdivision. Obviously you need that to get everything built, but the egress needs to be in place as it, simultaneously. So it's in from the beginning to the end, I think.
I agree.
And that's been one of the issues is it probably somewhere along the line was a plat, but it was never followed through. And then the other issue is because there was ownership of pieces of property that have changed owners, and without that actually being a dedicated right of way for an egress, it's kind of like, you know, it's like, well, I didn't sign off on it, it's not on my deed, and so, no, you can't come out that way, so. We're redefining, we're gonna start working on our building codes, for the county and probably tightening those up to make sure that, you know, and this is a good example, is that, you know, anytime a plat is approved, that, you know, it's not just on the plat, that actually is on the ground, so that there's some safety there for everyone, so.
Yeah, so going on to the next one, I went to a Chamber of Commerce meeting. They talked about short-term rental pros and cons. And that was pointed out that that over the last 3 years, since the short-term rental transit tax has been collected, the county's been averaging about $1.2 million of TRT money.
We haven't been averaging, but that's our high
Yeah.
as of last year.
Okay. So anyway, as you guys know, I always come and ask for some help, and looks like hopefully we're going to close on purchasing that 1 acre lot on Sweetwater Parkway for the annex fire station I talked to you about a few months ago. And so I'm asking you guys to help with getting some funding from that to start putting in the fill dirt and making our connections for the water, sewer, and power. So if you guys could help bring some of that money to the fire district, I'd appreciate it. I got behind the power curve on understanding when you have to fill out the form and apply for it. And I, for some reason, thought the year you applied for is the year you get it, but apparently it's the next year or something like that. So see if you guys could cut loose with some money to help us this year so we could start getting some fill dirt brought in there and get some of this infrastructure connected. And then we'll go through the proper procedures for next year. And right now I'm thinking that probably put in for a property tax increase next year. When I did it, I think it was 6 years ago, we increased property tax by 40,000. And it'll probably be increasing it again for 40 or 50,000 to help be able to facilitate this new fire station that we're going to be building on the south end of the district.
So the last time you've increased property taxes was 6 years ago?
I think it was 6. It's the first year that I was the board chairman. I think that was 6 years ago. Becky said we ought to be doing about every 3 years, so that we're asking for small amounts instead of large amounts. And, you know, I think it's past time that property taxes are increased to help provide better funding for all of the first responders, police and EMTs and all the fire districts in the county.
Yeah, we can look at that. We got our backs against the wall with this year with the landfill issues that we've got and stuff, but we'll keep it in mind. And
Well, speaking of landfill, I looked at some of the costs, and you guys are really cheap compared to the surrounding areas. And I hear that trucks are coming in from the surrounding area and dumping because it's so much cheaper to dump here. That's not true. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. But when I was looking
Talk
at
to
$2 for a battery, I'm thinking, you're spending more time collecting it and keeping track of it.
But we are very inexpensive compared to our neighbors,
Yeah. Well,
which is
that's,
not a bad thing.
yeah.
I wished we had a lot of garbage coming in from surrounding areas, because then we could cut that off
Yeah.
and eliminate our problem. But the problem is our volume is actually coming from our area, our county. So
Yeah, probably Garden, Swan Creek Village on holidays.
it's everywhere.
a lot of
Yeah.
demolition.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So you specifically asked if we can help with your 1 acre. We'll look at that because
Yeah.
there may be some type of partnership or something we can do as far as like a county
Yeah.
you know, what the county could also do in that
Yeah.
area with you.
Yeah, appreciate that, because I got some bids last year from different truckers to bring it in, and it's gonna cost over $100,000 just for the filter to be brought in there.
Is it just too low? Is it swampy or?
Yeah, it is.
And you're right next to Travis?
Travis, yeah, and he's built it up a couple of feet there, and then
Yeah.
there's a development going in on the west side. That's what, another 140 units going in there or something.
I mean, he's got his own trucks and dirt. You know, so that's nice.
Okay, that's it,
All right.
guys.
All right.
All right,
Thank-
thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks, Ryan.
thank you.
Oh, I want to get this software going.
Is he doing this remotely?
Yeah, he'll be on here.
Did we pay Stacy's for that generator? Yeah, have you seen a bill from them? I'll talk to Brent.
So
Actually, yeah, we have.
I didn't think you could spend TRT on lines.
I think he's, well, you probably could, but I think he's talking about.
The building and
his-
stuff.
No, I think he's talking about his own budget. He's just asking for some TRT.
Oh, in his budget.
Yeah, I don't think he was planning on using any TRT.
When you forward the Zoom meetings, they don't mess up your actual link, do they? So forward it back to him. I'll text him and say that we're trying to get on, so.
Yeah, we'll go on. Duane, come on up.
Thank you very much.
State your name and who you're here for.
My name is Duane Robinson. I sit on the board of the Laketown Cemetery District. And I'm here to present a proposal that we have. About 5 years ago, Kay Willis and I came over and explained to this body that there was a problem with the Pugmire property. We had approximately 80 citizens of Laketown buried on Pugmire property. And we were continuing to bury them there, and I brought a larger copy that would be easier for you to look at. If you would like to lay that out, okay? It sits, that's how it sits in Laketown. As you'll look, they finally got this done after 5 years. But as you'll look, this is the current fence. This is the current, or was the old Pugmire property that went across there. We made an agreement, and you accepted our agreement, that we would trade them 2 acres of property right over here for 1 acre here. But through the transaction with Jeff and Marilyn and the Pugmires and the cemetery district, this whole gray area piece was presented to Laketown. So we ended up with, I think it's 2.44 more coming into the cemetery district than we had vacated at the cemetery district. As you've been up to the cemetery, this whole area is not fenced in. It'd be similar to this, somewhere in there that it's fenced in. So our proposal is, we don't have the funds, as you know, to maintain that road into the cemetery. We're feeling, I'm personally feeling, and the board is on board with this, that this parcel here probably belongs to Laketown. It would be, this we know over here was Ithaca. because we did the transaction. I'm assuming that this whole piece is and should be belong to Laketown City. This, if we were to vacate this or deed it over, Jeff Hansen said it would, since all the marks are in, it would take about $150 to transfer this over to this section here, not this, but this section. About right here is where the archway is into the cemetery. So we would vacate this much to Laketown and just let them maintain it for us there. They do the plowing, well, you guys help us out in the winter, which we haven't needed any help this winter for 2 reasons: no snow and no deaths. But
So Laketown City owns this?
that's, I would say, 99.35% for sure.
The city of Ithaca, which was Laketown early, owned this,
I see.
and then he was gonna build on it, so we made him pay for it. So that's why Duane thinks
Yeah.
this is just part of that, because that used to be part of
I see.
I think there was a kind of a quick one pulled on us there. We didn't have access to this
it. Right.
information at the time.
I thought all we had was that over there.
That's what I thought too.
And Laketown's agreeable. Have you talked to them?
Well, I told them that this is their interest, very interested in them, but I didn't think we should do anything since you supervise the cemeteries from this level.
Okay, so your archway, where did you say?
I'm saying it's about right here.
Okay, so this would go to Laketown and be dated to Laketown City as
Yes.
a public road?
Yeah.
Okay. And, but they already have this anyway, right?
Well, no, I don't think they don't know that they
No.
got it for sure. That's why I said it's 95% sure plus.
Duane's guessing that was part of this.
That would be one reason why they would want to take this. There's, I can't remember how many feet there are here. It says somewhere, 36 feet here of road-
Right away.
of right of way and
Yeah.
roadway.
Yeah.
This was just recently deeded over to Laketown, was just recently made a public road. It's always been a private cemetery though. But the process went through where it was required that was deeded or marked as a public roadway.
I wonder if this piece has a parcel description.
So what are we talking about this piece for? Sorry, I don't.
Well, I'm saying that it would be advantageous for Laketown to own this, then that whole thing is a package.
Okay.
There has been an attempt by this group to go clear over to the road. That was denied. And he's got it on here. It's not, can't be given for the purpose of private. What did he write on there? I can't remember what he wrote. It's been a while.
Current private ownership not possible.
Yeah,
Private ownership not possible.
that's because it belongs to Laketown. We're pretty sure of that. And Jeff Hansen's pretty sure of that as well.
Okay, so I see on this map a little better what you're talking about. Your arch is right there,
Yeah,
the top of the home.
Yeah.
And you're talking about this piece right here that has
yes,
nothing.
yes,
Looks like it's just part of the roads.
It's part of the field there.
Yeah.
It's just open field.
it's a field. There is a Laketown irrigation line up there, so there's in the right of way.
Yeah.
So it's got some issues, but that would be maybe somewhat negative, but not totally negative for Laketown.
It looks like it's wrapped into the same part that all the roads are in. So it would already be, like you said, Laketown's.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm asking is just your
I think you
permission.
better, yeah, go to Laketown and see if you can work it out with them. I think you better. I mean, it's kind of a cleanup thing. And
Yeah.
and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Duane, that you're working on that and getting some of this stuff cleaned up. I mean, year after year after year goes by and, you know, people pass away, and there was a lot of, it was really clear in everybody's mind when it was done, but if it's not completed so that it's very clear now, we've got several places throughout the county where,
Yeah.
you know, it was like that was always understood, but then when it gets on the ground, it's kind of like, well, wait a minute, you know.
There's a lot of real good information buried in that property right there that we don't know,
Yeah.
that we should have had written and figured out.
Yeah. Yep.
And every generation,
Yeah.
more of it goes into that
Well,
instead of staying with us.
make it clear, I'll make a motion that we authorize the cemetery district to approach the town and get this completed, this transaction completed.
Okay, I'll second that.
Move and second that Duane take this to the town and get it resolved and finalized. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. I can get out of your hair, and thank you, gentlemen, for the job you do and the way you look out for us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming over here.
So in the minutes, how do you want me to approach the town and complete the transaction of,
Vacating the road to the city. Cemetery road.
Plus the corresponding property, which would be about 30 feet total. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Duane.
You getting on or not?
he's on. He can hear us. Let me see if I can figure out how to hear him, but if we can't, we can just get him on my cell.
Hang on a second, we can't hear you. I guess you're unmuted, are you? For sure?
Oh, there you go.
No, you're not too loud, so speak at least that loud.
Sales of Deckard Technologies. We are data San Diego, California, that does data science around short-term vacation rental properties. We deploy over 10,000 short-term rental sites on a daily basis, on a worldwide basis. We touch all of these advertisements. We know about the bookings that take place, when the rate and time of bookings are, as well as the owner information, host information, and all of that. I wanted to jump into a short demo for you locally to show you what we have seen there locally in Rich County. So in Rich County, we have seen 2,700 listings. That's advertisements over time. Listings is not the same as property, so we approximate that there's 1,600 properties associated with those 2,700 listings. Remember, that's since the inception of time. So I'm going to put a couple of filters on that will tell us about the number of short-term rental property listings and properties that we've seen just over the last year. And when we look at it from that standpoint, there's been about 1,200 listings in Rich County over the last year. As you can assume, most of them are right there on Bear Lake. And as I zoom in, you'll actually start to see more of those properties, and many of them being in your city that is right there on the lake. So many of these are lakefront properties. Each of these indrops represents a property listing. Now we haven't gone in and address map each one of them, but I have an internal team of 66 people that will go in and use artificial intelligence and our to be able to address map every one of these properties to the exact address. And then I'm going to jump to your neighbor to the north to just give you an example of that. We work with Bear Lake County up in Idaho. So to give you an idea, when we actually find a property, then we will identify the property, identify the address of that property, identify the parcel number show the address just for incrimination, because I don't want to show personal information right now. But just to give you an idea, we know where that property is, we know who the property tax bill goes to, and we know what the address of the property is. Because we're tracking each day's activity, we then know how busy it has been. I specifically grabbed the property that doesn't have activity because I didn't want to incriminate someone from this county. But if I wanted to, I can come back over here, I can click on one of our filters, and under our filters, we can say, I want a property that is live now and has bookings, and we can literally go in and grab this Airbnb here at 158 Cabot Hollow, and we can actually show that they get their property tax bill in South Lake, Texas, to their LLC. And because we're tracking all of their booking data every single day, we actually know that they took a booking on January 20th, 2025 for the 10th through the 20th of February, and the rate at time of booking was $1,700 a night. So then we can help your county to be able to determine how much money was brought in by these hosts in the way of revenue approximately, and what that tax dollar means overall, so that you can figure out what transient occupancy tax or TRT should be collected on it. They do it differently in Idaho than we do in Utah, so I just wanted to be able to point that out. This property has had 46 nights of booking over time. It gives us a detail of it, and if this person said, I've never rented out my property, we do a historical or admissible date stamp copy of every on a weekly basis. So we look at that Airbnb and say, Saturday, February 1st at 1:20 a.m. and 38 seconds, this is what your ad looked like. And our computer tried to click on it and make a reservation for March 1st through March 4th, and it was going to let us do it. So yes, you are available as a short-term rental. So we have all that data right there at your fingertips to provide. I'll jump back out of their system and back to yours just to be able to give you an idea of some of the things. Obviously, my team verified. They did verify 2 listings for it. So I have this property here on Westlake Drive, and this one on Westlake Drive in Garden City. Just to give you an example, I will address the property, the listing that's associated with it, and then the property owner that gets their property tax bill in West Point, Utah, and tracking all the activity over time of that property over and back. So we can look at previous activity that happened in September of 24 that they booked something for December of 24. I think my screen may have been slightly off so that you can see that. There we go. So you can see that it is on 9/21 of 2024 was when the booking for the 27th through the 29th of December over, and then of course all of that different information that we provide. And then of course we have a listserv. I just want to show you this real quick. It will actually give you all of the identified properties that we identified over time, what their parcel number is. We have not verified this one, so this one's unverified. But I could go in and just look at the verified ones, and then click on just verified. And there's the 2 properties we verified. This one here on Westlake Drive that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 listings associated with it. And we know that it looks like Mr. Randall is the owner of the property and gets his property tax bill somewhere other than this property over in Riverton. And then as we go across, we can see that he has it posted on Bocasa, Utah. Different units that are out there, the titles of that, when we first saw it, and then of course getting into some of the tax dollars and so forth that may be accumulating for this individual. We can help the state register all of these properties, make sure that we're kind of staying on top of that activity. And we believe there's about 600 properties in Rich County, throughout the county, that we can help your assessor to make sure that they also are properly categorizing them as primary versus secondary properties. Also, because some of these properties become very busy, they're really businesses where the people don't live in your jurisdiction, and they're literally renting out their property, and it should be claiming primary status on their property. And then your assessor will be able to spread the savings to all of your other constituents on their property. previously, as well as your assessor. And this is great data for your home enforcement as well, because they then can be able to do the enforcement that is needed. And you could also report up to the state, hey, these are some properties that we might need tax dollars or TRT dollars collected on, because maybe they're on sites that are other than Airbnb or Verbo, which are where the voluntary collection agreements happen at the state level. Does that make sense? And are there any questions? I just wanted to hit high level, but I can go into depth on anything that any one of you has as questions.
So I don't have any questions, but it looks like it's a very comprehensive program. And so basically, I guess one of the questions would be, how much time would it take to get everything? I mean, is that something our county people would do, or your people would do to get the information in?
Yeah, good question. Usually, once we have an agreement in place with a county, it usually takes us about 4 to 6 weeks to get everything lined up. In while we're lining up all the data, so you know where all the short-term rentals are. We'll also start an implementation team to create a registration process, a simple and easy way to register properties, asking the questions that you want, getting the uploads that you may want. You might want a copy of their home insurance, a copy of different things, making sure that they are the owner and they have the authority to actually be a short-term rental. We can do all of that and create that in about 6 weeks from the start. So usually 4 to 6 weeks we up and live and ready to go for your county, so that you have all that data, and we assign a client success manager to you that is assigned specifically to your jurisdiction, while the gentleman by the name of Josh that works throughout all of Utah right now for me, and he would actually help your team to be able to know how the system works, be able to work through some of the implementation things. It's really simple and easy once we teach people how to use it, and then they're at your beck and call for your staff whenever they have questions, they need clarification on something. We have client success people that are there ready to help you whenever you need assistance.
So they would come to your site to register then their property. And so, is there a notification?
Yes, part of the program that I had presented to your treasurer, and it might have gotten passed on, was that we will actually identify all the properties, bring a letter campaign to send out letters saying, please go to this site, and this will be a link that we would put onto your site to actually drive people and say, welcome, and up at the top, instead of Imperial Beach, since this is a demo site, it would actually say to County of Bridge or Bridge County, Utah, and then it would be registered for a short-term rental permit. We probably would not have the Payne or transient room tax here. This is a California site, so they can update their information, renew their permit, register, and it's simple, it's easy, and we make it simple and easy for the constituents to then go and register that property and make sure that it becomes compliant. So we work really closely with your staff to just make it as easy as possible. We want to save money, save time, and save energy, and allow your staff to do things that are more important than searching the web and scouring the web on a daily basis to find these properties, and then having to drive people to a certain website. We tend to do that letter campaign. We drive all of the compliance, and that's what we do. We normally get jurisdictions that we're working with to 95% plus compliance. And I say 95% because there's always going to be those couple of people that try to evade things. And so we try our best to get everyone compliant, but we know that we're always above 90%, which is a phenomenal.
Okay, good, thank you.
Pretty impressive.
Thank you, sir.
So, on a contract, is it based on the number of properties you're tracking, or how does that work?
It is based on volume. We have an entry level for some small places, and then it goes off of the volume of short-term rentals. So we believe then you've got somewhere around 600 short-term rentals, so I have based some pricing off of that because my team has to go in and identify those properties, do the letters to them, to drive registration and set up that registration portal. Since this is a public meeting, to discuss what the number was that I provided to your team.
Well, so we kind of got to clarify that on Dustin. About 90% of them are within the city of Garden City. They have their own program, do their own thing. We have about 125 properties in the unincorporated county. So Garden City is 90% of those properties.
Gotcha. So what I will do is let me take Garden City out and let's talk some numbers around just the unincorporated area. Garden City included.
Yeah,
previously. So
yeah.
it would be a much smaller base, and I'll tell you exactly where we are. For us, so give me just a moment. And so it's pulling up. Let me go in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up just the unincorporated area. Should be just a second since I just had including the cities a moment ago. So with just the unincorporated area, we're at 272 listings that we've seen over time. So more by 150 to 175 short-term rentals. So pricing wise, it's going to be far less than what I originally said that we're just doing the unincorporated county area. So we would be at, give me a second. For all of the data, all of the outreach campaign, and the registration portal, you get 12,750 on an annualized basis.
Okay.
Now, if on the road you do wish to have all of the information in Garden City as well, assessors make sure that all of those properties in the county can properly be assessed if they happen to be a short-term rental, and that's what your assessor and treasurer on that side as well, to make sure that all of the data lines up on who should and should not have primary residence status, even if they're in Garden City, and that could create a nice benefit for those in Garden City that are still constituents of yours, of course.
Okay.
And the difference on that, for just the unincorporated area was 12,750 a year. For all of the county was 29,900 for the year, just to give you an idea of the difference, sir.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, thanks for that presentation. We're kind of in the process right now of looking at some platforms for us, and so this is a good time. So
Yeah. So just to clarify on that, because I know my two competitors are, starts with a G, ends with an S, and I know how things work there. We're the only ones in the industry that actually data mine every single day, thus giving you information that is down to the parcel data, land based, and based on the parcel number. So we will have the owner information, whereas no one else does it that way. We also do 100% of the work ourselves because we're the ones that have been issued the US patents. So everyone else offshores this with the Philippines or places that are not here in the United States because we're the owners of the patents behind the technology of what we do.
great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
If there's any other questions that come up, gentlemen.
Okay. We will. We got your contact information. We'll be in touch.
Thank you so much for the time today. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Bye now.
Bye.
Okay. We have a public hearing scheduled for 11, so better get on to that. Wanna make a motion to go into a public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
No, second.
Okay, moving second that we go into a public hearing for Rich County Ordinance for the County Trails Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Come on, Ben.
Well, good morning, guys.
Morning. Okay,
Okay. Did you all get a copy of the
I can, yes, they do.
updated ordinance?
Another one.
just looking here.
Since I didn't tab it for you guys. If anybody else in the audience wants one, let me know.
Thank you. Do you want to go over this with us, Ben, or?
Sure. Um, let's see.
We want to hit everything or just the high spots?
And Annalise, do you have one more copy for me? I
Absolutely.
seem like I emailed copies but didn't print one for myself.
It's fine. You know, if anything else you need, you can use this one, you can have them sign it.
Great, thanks. Okay, well, we discussed this at a previous meeting and some changes were requested by the board, and I've incorporated those changes. So this is the ordinance to create a county trail board. You'll see in subsection 2 that the purpose is to assist the Board of County Commissioners in development, design, and maintenance of a trail system in Ridge County. Section 3, duties. It's an advisory board under the direction of this commission. It does the following. Under A, inventories and maps our current trails, and then map and identify proposed trails to create a trails master plan for approval by the Board of County Commissioners. B, periodically reviews the trails master plan for any appropriate changes or opportunities to build. C, asks the Trails Board to recommend projects, legislation, policies, funding allocations, and other measures to best develop and maintain a trail system contained in a trail master plan. D, it oversees any construction, maintenance, or activities as directed by the Board of County Commissioners. E, the Trails Board actively seeks opportunities for government grants or private donations that would help advance the construction of a trails master plan. The County Trails Board will have the authority to apply for grants on behalf of the county. Here, one concern that the commission asked is to make it clear that they apply for and manage grants, but they don't control the spending. And so that change was made in E to limit their authority to apply for grants on behalf of the county. F, specify that they fulfill grant reporting requirements and ensure that the county is in compliance with the terms of the grant obtained. However, all spending of grant funds requires approval from the Board of County Commissioners. That was one of the big changes that we wanted. G, perform any other activity for the development and maintenance of the county's trail system as directed by this commission. Section 4, definitions, defines a trails master plan to mean a map of current trails and a design of future trail network that would best serve the people of Rich County. Defines a quorum to be at least 3 members present in person or via electronic device. This is another change under the definition of trail. It includes a path used for walking, running, horseback riding, bicycling, cross-country skiing, or any combination of these activities. And then this next sentence is new. Where deemed appropriate, trail may also include a path used for off-highway vehicles or OHVs. And then it defines OHV with the same definition that the state code uses to include snowmobile, all-terrain type 1, type 2, and type 3 vehicles or motorcycles. Section 5 is unchanged from our previous discussion, but it sets out the composition of the County Trails Board. Members are to be appointed by this commission, consists of up to 5 members, and may include a county commissioner if chosen. The term of appointment shall be for 2 years, but we can stagger them to create the initial board. The board members may be removed at any time with or without cause by the Board of County Commissioners. Vacancy is to be filled at any time by the Board of County Commissioners. A board member who moves completely out of the county will be considered to have vacated. Membership of the board is voluntary and unless specifically provided by the county commission without pay. Section 6, the chairperson, quorum, and meetings. The members of the County Trails Board shall among themselves elect a chairperson. The chairperson's role is to direct and lead the activities of the board. All decisions by the Trail Board require approval by a majority vote. Action of the Trail Board must be voted upon in a public meeting with a quorum present. The County Trail Board shall comply with the Open and Public Meetings Act. And E, the Trail Board shall meet as often as they determine necessary, but at least 3 times a year, unless otherwise directed by the Board of Commissioners. Section 7 is unchanged as well. Reporting to the Board of County Commissioners directs them at least once a year, and as often as deemed necessary, the chairperson shall report to the Board of County Commissioners on the activities of the committee. Any questions about or concerns with the new language that we put in?
So going back to section 5, number B there, where the County Trails Board shall consist of up to 5 members and may include a county commissioner. I'm wondering if we ought to be a little more specific as to maybe what those members represent that we ought to be looking at.
Different. Yeah, I agree.
You know, different areas, I guess. You know, one could be a developer, you know, a member at large, you've got a county commissioner there, at least, or may could be there, and I think one should be there if we're obligating funds from the county, as whether they come from grant sources or whether they actually come direct from the general fund of the county. So that certainly, probably ought to have, not even may, it basically should probably say, shall include a county commissioner, just so that they're represented on that board. But then again, it's got to come to the county commission anyway. So I guess I'm okay with the may. I'm just wondering if we ought to,
Different ways of life, styles.
I mean, all obviously all trail users, but there's all kinds of trail users. There's, the OHV, there's, bikes, there's running trails, there's, cross-country trails, there's snowshoe trails, and I guess I want to make sure that everybody that
Is represented.
is there, all those are represented,
Okay.
and maybe for clarification, I guess one of the other things is some of these trails are a direct benefit to a company or companies or providers of equipment or vehicles, and others are just for the enjoyment of those that are here. And so I think there needs to be you know, and maybe we don't need to specify that. I mean, we gotta approve the board, but I think we need to make sure that all types of people are represented on the board. So, not just those that are gonna benefit by putting a trail in or grooming a trail or whatever that is, directly, but economically, but those that are gonna benefit just from the recreation purpose. So I'm just wondering if we ought to have some
I
clarification.
think so. I think so.
And I don't know how to even word that, but
Well, what if we just do some generic clarification,
Mhm.
like a rancher slash landowner as one of them, an outdoor rec advocate as one, a tourism or economic. These are just ones I wrote down: tourism, economic development representative, and then maybe like a conservation wildlife representative. And then you could just fill people that, you know, it could really be anybody that that's the role they fill on the board.
That's who they represent.
Yeah,
So you're specifying like the,
like you're filling the conservation role.
yeah, and then
So-
this commission could fill that however you think is appropriate.
yeah,
Does that work?
yeah, I mean, as far as that, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
How many was that? You're in?
So that was 4 plus a commissioner.
I think the commissioner probably ought to be on it.
Yeah.
So I just had conservation slash wildlife, rancher slash landowner, outdoor rec advocate,
You'd put private landowners
yeah,
or something like that.
and
Yeah,
then
don't even put rancher, just put private landowner.
private landowner, outdoor rec advocate, and then a tourism slash economic development, either or.
Can I see your language there?
Yeah, good luck reading this.
That's gonna make it a little more difficult, probably to get people on the board, but I really feel like that if this board is gonna make some headway and try to secure some funding and do some good, you know, we need to make sure that it's a well-represented board. I mean, that's the thing. And it'll give the board more credibility as they apply for grants. I mean,
Yeah.
because it's a multiple use, you know, that's the thing.
So what if we said, the county trails, right now it says, the county trails board shall consist of up to 5 members and may include a county commissioner. Are you okay with the word may still? Gives you the chance to get off if you want.
Yeah.
And then we could have another sentence there that says, 1 seat should reflect, someone aligned with conservation wildlife.
Mhm.
1 seat should reflect someone aligned with, outdoor recreation, another one for tourism, and then one with,
A landowner, sorry.
Okay.
So conservation, landowner, tourism, economic development, outdoor recreation. I think that's a good balance. And hopefully they would have some, you know, opposing insights that help each other come up with the best type of,
And that's why you bring
yeah.
everybody to the table.
okay, conservation wildlife, landowner,
And as we work with the federal agencies, with that cross section, it'll be, you know, they're gonna be a lot more willing to work, I think, with the Trails Board in developing some plans and improving trails and those kind of things, because we're addressing all the areas versus just you know, a particular, I mean, you know, certainly they're all gonna be public, but you know, there are gonna be different areas that we're gonna be doing. Some of it's gonna be on private, or on private property, so.
okay. Are you happy with just the term landowner, or
Yeah.
it could be someone that owns a lot? Yeah.
Private land.
Private landowner.
Okay. That back.
Any other comments from the public? Is nobody wanting to say anything on
We
that?
have some comments, but not about this stuff, so.
Okay. Any other things you want to address or change? I'll have this back on for signing next month.
Yeah, could we approve it this month with these changes, do you guys think? Or do you want to wait a month? I guess it doesn't matter because we're not going to constitute a board without members anyway. So we could pass the ordinance and
Then we'll have to get our heads together on that.
If I had a preference, I would say wait till it's done so that I file the correct one.
okay.
Yeah, we need to talk names anyway, so.
Well, if there's no other comments, then we accept the motion to close public hearing.
Yep.
Okay.
Moving second that we go leave public hearing, go back into commission meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I make a motion that we make those adjustments with the ordinance and bring it back in the next commission meeting for approval.
Okay.
If you wanted to get it on today, I could at lunch. I emailed you a copy, I think, right? I could make the changes, have my Lisa print it out, and you could look at it after lunch.
Okay.
For signing.
Okay, whatever's easiest for you. We need to talk to people anyways.
Well, we'll just approve the ordinance and then we can put the members together.
Okay.
Because that's the thing. Let's get the ordinance approved so that we've got a document that gives us the authority to appoint them.
Okay.
So,
We'll
Okay,
try to get you, Annalisa, can you meet with me for 5 minutes after this? We'll get you something to sign after.
I'll make a motion then, that we approve this ordinance with those changes. Ordinance 025-1 for the County Trails Board.
I'll second that.
Okay, moving second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is unanimous.
All right.
Okay,
Okay,
you'll be up here in a few more minutes for something else, so. Is that okay?
sure. Should I take off?
Yeah, Jordan.
Really? I thought you guys were together.
Oh, yeah, I'm here for Jordan's thing.
Oh,
too.
okay, sorry.
Yep.
Come on up, Jordan.
You guys are lucky. I had some cheese for Commissioner Cox and we had extra, so
That is a lot of extra.
hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No, heavens no. Where's the chips? You got some chips with it?
But you get that. That's our newly minted coin with our vision and values.
Hey, Jordan.
I have 6 little kids. This is gonna be gone by like tonight.
Well, Jordan Mathis, Director of the Bear River Health Department. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I want to give y'all this. This is kind of a visual that helps to understand the document we'll be discussing. There's one for the record.
Okay.
This is an interlocal agreement to create a united local health department. The reason I gave you the visual before we jump into the document, as you look at that, the 3 counties on top, we have the interlocal agreement. We already have an interlocal agreement for the health department. And that column that has the health department, the Bear River Board of Health, and the health officer and all the services that we offer stays relatively unchanged in this document. What I'd like to do with the commission, if that's all right, is kind of go over what it establishes over here on the side, if that's okay. So in the interlocal agreement, I just want to touch on a couple of the whereases. One of the whereases says the county's desire to confirm, reaffirm, and ratify the creation of the Bear River Health Department as the multi-county local health department and expand it to a multi-county united local health department under the Health Authorities Act. That's the major change, is creating the united local health department that brings the responsibility for substance abuse and mental health under the purview of the health department. It also says the county's desire to jointly qualify for and obtain funding from the Utah Department of Health and Human Services for mental health and substance abuse services through the Bear River Health Department, and the county's desire to monitor, review, and evaluate the performance of the compliance with all contracts for funding of mental health and substance abuse services through the Bear River Health Department. So it's giving that responsibility to the health department. Now, what does that mean? In here, there's one definition that's really important. There's a definition that we came up with called behavioral health or behavioral health programs. And that means the integration of substance abuse and mental health programs and services, looking at bringing those two services together and integrating those. In section 2.1, it just reaffirms the creation of the health department and making it a multi-county united local health department. In the duration, one thing to point out, it is a 50-year duration. I don't anticipate that it won't go unchanged over 50 years. And we'll talk a little bit about that. Where it really gets into behavioral health programs is 4.14. And in there, it talks about the counties grant the responsibility. This is 4.14.1. The counties grant the responsibility for continuing, maintaining, and overseeing contracts for behavioral health programs to the department. The contracting shall be governed by Utah Code and the Bear River Health's approved procurement policies. So the important part in there is responsibility for continuing, maintaining, and overseeing. That's further explained in 4.14.1.2. The counties authorize the department to develop, oversee, and administer and monitor contracts for behavioral health programs on behalf of the counties. And then underneath there, it says to avoid a lapse in critical government services and mitigate circumstances likely to negatively impact public health, safety, and welfare of vulnerable population. The department, meaning the Bear River Health Department, shall prioritize the county's established contracts for behavioral health programs that exist at the creation of this interlocal agreement. Each of the counties have contracts with Bear River Mental Health. That is a reference to those contracts, and those will continue under this interlocal agreement under that clause. However, it does provide clarification in 4.14.1.2.3. Any established contracts for behavioral health programs must be re-executed to spell out the expectation for delivering integrated mental health and substance abuse programs. That's the one of the cruxes of this change, is trying to get to a better integration of those services. So those contracts will be adjusted to get how do we address that integration. With that, I want to stop it there and ask if there's any questions before I go on with any of that. Did you have anything to add?
No.
So we'll have separate contracts with Bear River Mental Health then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So that'll continue on.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Allows for the continuation of those. The duration will remain the same, and will be unchanged. I believe it says in 4.14.1.2.2.
Okay.
So in 4.14.2, what it does, and referencing back to this, is it does, state statute allows for an advisory council. This advisory council would give direction. It's simply an advisory council. It's meant to advise the substance abuse and mental health authorities, which are the county's governing bodies. And the other thing that it would direct is it would direct a new position in our department, the director of behavioral health. So this advisory council would be established. And I want to read, to advise on planning, organizing, and operating all behavioral health programs. The council shall be called the Bear River Behavioral Health Advisory Council. And it kind of goes over what that membership would look like. But this would be an advisory council to the counties, but also that director of behavioral health. One of the primary functions of this advisory council would be to have expert input into what we call the area plan. Currently, we develop a substance abuse area plan. Bear River Mental Health has been developing the mental health um, area plan, and that would bring those two plans together for that integration. And this advisory council would be responsible for offering input and guidance into that plan. And members from each of our communities across the 3 counties would sit on that advisory council appointed by the commissions and the council of each county. So those appointments would be made because they're meant to advise you all as well as staff in the department. Any questions on the advisory council?
So is the advisory council gonna be different than Bear River Mental Health's advisory council, or is that one and the same?
Is that different than their board? Do they have an advisory council in addition to their board?
Well, they have their board. How does that work, Rob? What's
We
the,
don't have an advisory council, just the board of directors.
just the board of directors?
So as a
this-
501c3, they have to have a board of directors.
Okay.
So it'd be different.
So these are gonna be 2 different things.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Board of Health is what you sit on.
And it will be separate from the Board of Health. The Board of Health is a governing board, and this is an advisory board.
Okay.
That is really looking for specific expertise from our communities on substance abuse and mental health related issues. So state statute recommends but does not dictate, like law enforcement, members from schools, professionals that are working in that field, things like that.
The advisory council will be more working with substance abuse and mental health,
Yes.
where this is a overall. The
Board
the
of,
board.
Board of Health is
Board-
an overall.
yeah. So the advisory council, how is that gonna? I guess what I'm wondering is with Bear River Mental Health, they'll have their board of directors, but so is the advisory council going to give a, suggestion to the Board of Health for mental health?
So the way that possibly, in talking to the attorneys, the way the area plan, the integrated area plan that will address substance abuse and mental health will go through the it will be developed through this advisory council with the director of behavioral health. And then it will be presented to the board in that public meeting to go through a hearing process. Because there is in code a process that must be required for public input into the plan. And that will be the process for getting the public input into the plan, presenting it to the Board of Health, presenting it at a Board of Health meeting for a public hearing to receive input and guidance. And then the Board of Health, this plan is actually approved by the counties. So the Board of Health would do nothing more than send it on for a recommendation to the counties to approve it.
Right.
That would be the process.
Is this similar, are other boards of health doing this same thing? Is this happening other places?
No, there would be the only United Health Department that I'm aware of. Summit County has them underneath it, but they don't consider themselves a United Health Department in that function because that individual reports directly to that county council and isn't.
And you hire the director of behavioral health?
Yeah, and
Okay,
we go through the hiring process, but that position, according to state statute, has to be ratified by each of the governing bodies of the counties, similar to my role.
okay.
But they would, after that, they would report directly to me as a health officer.
So I guess what I'm wondering is you got the Board of Health Advisory Council, and then you've got the Bear River Mental Health Board of Directors. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how that communication is going to take place.
Where would they fit? Where would the Board of Bear River Mental Health Board of Directors sit on this picture?
So they would be a contracted provider there at the bottom.
Okay,
That's of integrated.
So is the advisory council going to advise the Board of Mental Health?
Bear River.
I don't think that they would advise them. What they'll do is they'll they'll advise the plan that would determine the contract
Okay,
that would then be administered with Bear River Mental Health.
so Bear River Mental Health will not have any input into the plan?
I think they can come to a public meeting. It does say that a contracted provider cannot be on the advisory council because of a conflict of interest.
One of you need to change your name away from Bear River. It's confusing us.
Yes.
I don't disagree with that.
Until I was elected, I thought you guys were the same thing. You know, until two different groups started showing up.
I will talk a little bit more about that in a minute. It's been a confusion for many new elected leaders, and
So I get it. Bear River Mental Health, if it did not exist, a different mental health provider would be in that contracted spot. If you had to go out and find somebody
Yeah.
else. I got it.
yep. Yeah, so they'll remain a private, not-for-profit 501c3,
That's it. My brain was having a hard time clicking them into the.
a contracted provider under this. So. Commissioner Cox, is it too confusing?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, serving on both boards, and now all of a sudden we feel like, I guess we're taking away basically the power of Bear River Mental Health, but I guess as a contractor, they're in the contract and they need to, and that board will advise Bear River Mental Health to do their, or at least, move them through their process under the contract from the health department. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we will still do substance abuse and integrated mental health services at the health department. The way that we view this is that director of behavioral health, our team internally is going to be separated from that position and will be treated similar to a contracted provider, the same standards that we expect of anyone else. That position is going to kind of oversee all those services and contracts. So we'll have a budget, be given that budget and expectations. All the required reporting from the state would have to funnel through that director of behavioral health, because the contracts with the state are now coming in and through the department, and they will play a liaison for all mental health and substance abuse dollars, and will be responsible for reporting outcomes for services across our county, whether that's from Bear River Mental Health or from our internal team. Okay. Just a couple other things. 414.4.2, the BHAC, which is the advisory council, shall advise the count. This is straight out of state code. Advise the counties and the director of Bear River or behavioral health programs in planning, including the required BHAC area plan, organizing and operating community behavioral health programs. That I misspoke. That's not out of code. This one is. Under the interlocal agreement, the BHAC shall be an agent of the counties. And that's why on that picture, there is a tie back to that interlocal agreement and directly back to the counties. So it is directed by the counties as the substance abuse and mental health authorities. The rest of it isn't specific to the changes. A lot of it's the same. What I wanted to point out is 910, an annual review at the very end. The local health officer will work with Cache County's attorney's office to conduct an annual review of the interlocal agreement to ensure all references to Utah State Code are current and that this interlocal agreement applies with Utah State Code to assess potential conflicts and suggest solutions to clarify or resolve them. The findings of this review, along with any recommended changes and an overview of the overall context and structure of this interlocal agreement, will be presented to the counties as part of the annual report required in 26A. That was requested to be added by Cache County. because as you've experienced, Commissioner Lee, there's been confusion about how things are structured. And they wanted to ensure that there is a process, an ongoing process for new elected leaders to understand how this interlocal agreement works, how the structure works, and how it functions within the counties. And so that was an addition that was requested by Cache County. Any questions on that?
I don't think so.
Do you want me to share with you where the other counties are at on this?
Sure, yeah.
Cache County adopted it by resolution last night. Box Elder County, with that minor change from Cache County, is meeting today, and just they approved it, the language, and we're going to adopt it by resolution after all the counties had had a chance, and they meet today. So I'm anticipating that they will adopt it by resolution as well. So it does require the adoption by resolution by each of the 3 counties. However, if there are changes that Rich County would like me to take back, we can take.
I don't know enough about it to have need changes.
Yeah, you know, I try to understand it, but in this case, I'm gonna have to lean on Bill's expertise and your suggestions.
I'll make a motion that we approve by resolution the interlocal agreement with the health department. Resolution R25-4.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, moving seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
So here's a clean copy of the resolution with the most recent version that you sent me last night.
And Jared says if you'll send a copy of the signature page to him, he'll compile them all and get them sent back for recording at counties.
Okay.
Take this one out of here.
Can I offer some where we're going from here?
Please.
So it also authorizes the department to have that director of behavioral health. We are currently working on that job description, and want to get it open as soon as possible. We were hoping, Commissioner Cox, that you would be willing to sit on that interview panel with like a elected leader from each county to sit on that interview panel once we get candidates. The reason we need to move on this is because this position would get those contracts all consolidated into the health department to ensure that there isn't a delay in any sort of services in our community, and get those contracts up to date with better mental health. So that come
I see that.
Yeah.
come July, which is the fiscal year for this funding, things just move smoothly and move forward. So that's where we're at. We don't anticipate, we're not going to ask the counties to appoint anyone to that advisory council until we get those contracts in place and have everything rolling forward. Then that position will work with the counties to work on getting the advisory council members from each county put in place. So we anticipate that sometime later in the summer. But we need to get this position in place so that we can start moving things forward.
Perfect.
Do you want to just take a signed copy with you today?
Sure. Yeah.
The whole thing or just this?
I only need that.
And you don't need the resolution, or do you? Copy of the resolution?
I don't think we need the resolution. Do we?
I'll
need
get
it, you can
sent.
come
I'll
get it.
get it sent.
You know where to find it if you need it.
Yeah. So that's where we're heading with that.
Okay. Mental health and substance abuse, it just keeps getting bigger and a bigger issue, so.
Are you guys okay with me sitting on that interview panel?
Please do.
Yeah.
What do you guys do?
No.
Glad to give you the opportunity.
It's like you got outvoted.
Well, it's fine. Any other questions for me?
I don't think so, Jordan. Thanks for coming over.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you mind sending that to Jairus too?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Enjoy the cheese.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome.
Just a little bit.
I'm just gonna take a bite of it right now.
John's still got his winter coat on.
I'm freezing.
If you, on those, I probably should have got up in public comment, but on the trails thing, if you ever need letters from the health department, in the 3 areas I've worked, we've written letters to support trails, oftentimes from the department.
Thank you.
Most of those trails around Bryce Canyon, I wrote several letters to get those.
Yeah, as we move forward with some plans and different things, we may want some of that.
Yeah.
Particularly when we're dealing with the federal agencies, you know.
Yeah, have that board reach out to us, we'll have
Okay.
write a letter.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Don't be looking at your thermometers when you get in your vehicles out there.
He doesn't want that much.
Okay,
And do you have like an emailed copy?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
consideration of temporary employment contract with Chris Crockett.
So,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So I run a pretty lean staff at the county attorney's office, as you know, and we a couple years ago tried to take on one big project every year. A few years ago, it was the personnel policy handbook, which has been a huge benefit for the county. Getting that modernized and something that we can be a great aid to the county. Last year was getting our ordinances in line, but we skipped the development code. I think it needs probably more attention this year than I can give, and it's also a very specialized area of law where I could use some help from somebody who specializes in development codes. And I'm proposing, reached out to Chris Crockett, who was the chief civil deputy at the Weber County Attorney's Office, and they're expert at development codes. And if I can get funding, he has agreed to help me for 1 year to get our development code modernized, simplified, get it just the way we want it, and then get it up on our website with our other code. The timing is really good because, as you know, Mitch has to now administer that code, and it'll make it easier for him to administer. I think it would be a really great benefit for the county. Our development code is very old. I don't know if any of you have tried to look into it for anything, but it's rough. And I think Chris is about as good as you can get. So the idea is that for 1 year, he and I will work together as a team. When we get batches of ordinance ready to go, we'll submit them to the Planning and Zoning Commission to get their feedback. And then the idea is that at the end of this year, we'll have a large repeal and replace of our development code, bringing it in one fell swoop up to date. I would need $12,000, which I don't have in my budget. But the idea is that would maybe come from our planning budget, as it will really help the Planning and Zoning Commission and Mitch administer this going forward. And so it would be a contract position. He would not have benefits or anything at the end of that year. His contract would end. Any questions or concerns about that?
When you talk about a year, are we talking from March to March? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, so maybe specify that. It'd be probably March to March, but Chris understands, and this contract would be written, that it's really $12,000 for a project that he and I think will take a year.
Okay.
It'll take faster if he and I devote more time to it. It'll take longer if we devote less time. and so he understands that this is really a $12,000. The contract technically ends when we provide a completed development code to this commission for its consideration.
Okay.
That could take 15 months, but
I was just gonna say, so $12,000 for the contract, if you can do it in 8 months, fine. If it takes 15, it's the same amount, right?
yes,
We're
correct.
okay with that. All right.
He and I, as we look at it, we both are of the opinion that with reasonable effort, we can get this done in 12 months.
Okay. It's an important thing to do. Like I said, it's been a long time since it's been done, and there's been a lot of changes. I mean, every year there's changes. By the time you guys
Sure.
get to work through something, we'll have new legislation that's probably gonna make some changes. So, yeah, I think it's important. We can fund that. I think we've got a couple of different options there as to how to fund that and move it forward. So, I would make a motion to authorize you to enter into a contract with Chris Crockett from as to better words to redo the update the development code.
Okay, second that.
Moving second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, great.
That'll be nice.
He signed contract, I'll sign contract today. I'll get you a copy of the contract, and then we'll hopefully in a few months we'll start bringing batches. And the great thing is, like with our employee handbook, if we want to change one thing, we just go to that one resolution and we change it. And so the idea here is we'll have maybe 20 or 25
All numbered out.
discrete. And so if you're like, we want to change the fire regulations, we can just amend. And so it'll be something that'll allow us for
Public utilities.
decades to work off of and keep current. And it's gonna be really great. I'm excited for it. And then we'll arrange, we're gonna make him $1,000 a month payments that I'll have him reach out to you and Lisa for the nitty gritties on how that can happen. Okay?
And we'll kind of stay in contact with him as well and kind of push him along. So
Yeah, I think he's the best person around for this. So I'm
That's good.
excited to have him on board. Okay.
So
Does this need to be a,
Is this a public or is this a closed?
yeah,
Is this the canal?
maybe, no, this is a claim received.
Oh,
From the sheriff.
On that one, we do need to go into a closed meeting if you want to make that vote.
Should we, are we could
That's
do
our
it later.
that's our last one before lunch break though. So
Oh, yeah.
let's just go ahead
Okay.
and go into closed meeting.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we go into closed meeting specifically to discuss a notice of claim received related to the sheriff's office.
I'll second that.
Okay, moving second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll meet you across the road at the sandwich shop. How about that?
Sounds good.
Here in about 15 minutes.
is that what you?
Don't be offended if we start with that.
I won't.
Please do.
I would do the same thing.
Specifically, why we're going into closed session.
I thought
This-
it was like you had just one choice or the other, litigation.
Whatever you,
One of the choices is to discuss pending or possible litigation.
give me just 1 second here.
Call our county commission meeting back to order. First up, Taylor Payne, come on up.
Go. Hot seats. So, thanks for letting us come and hang out with it.
State what your names and what your.
So I'm Taylor Payne with the Utah Grazing Improvement Program from the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food.
I'm Cole Selman with the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food. I'm over the Predator Control Program manager here for the state.
So Dan Peart asked if we could help come into the commission and talk a little bit about some of the predator control funds that are being spent right now, as well as other potential money that could be coming to the county. So I'm in the grazing improvement program. I have a specific pot of money where I am able to assist producers with problems that they're having with predator issues. Lots of times they're predators that are taking livestock, which prevent producers from being able to sell the lambs specifically, and sometimes calves from the market that they end up at. I work with producers who end up applying for money, and then I give individual grants through producers. These grants that I control are on a one-to-one match with them specifically, and so I work with them, and it's one part of the predator control help that producers get throughout the state. I'm just one of the coordinators. I cover all of northern Utah, but I wanted to invite Cole over today and have him introduce himself and talk about other funding that other counties across the state are doing. And as far as I know, Rich County doesn't participate in the program that Cole's going to talk to you about. And we wanted to just inform you, if all else, about the potential and see what else could happen. The reason that Dan asked us to come and help talk to you is because he is on the wildlife board.
Yep.
Uh,
Ag and Wildlife Damage Prevention Board.
Ag and Wildlife Damage Prevention Board. So anyway, so again, I've got my own pot of money, but maybe we'll turn the time over to Cole and let him introduce what he's got available, and then we'll talk a little bit more after Cole gets.
So is his under GIP?
No, he has a different program. Yeah, even though we can both do predator control.
Yeah, so that's one thing. There are two separate programs under the Department of Agriculture, and just so that they keep separate. And what Taylor's kind of saying there, the GIP is more targeting, I guess, the individual as a landowner or a producer specifically. What our program is here to do is try to help, I guess, I guess the whole county is how I'm breaking it down right now. Over the last, I guess, 2 years, this position was just created. I guess some of my background is I come from a ranching family with cows and sheep. I've spent a lot of time as a trapper, private trapper, state trapper, and then also I worked for the USDA Wildlife Services as an aerial gunner in the wintertime. And since then, this position was created, and I took this job and tried to help make it better. Here about a year and a half ago, the Predator program had decided to separate away from Wildlife Services from the federal government. So it's been a little bit of you could say it's a bad divorce, really bad, and it's been kind of a lot of hurdles I feel like we've kind of gone through. But I feel like the program is making a tremendous comeback. I feel like we got our feet under us, and we're just trying to expand and really help. The number one is our trappers, and two is the producers that follow along with that. And if we can take care of the guys that are the boots on the ground, then if they're happy and they're working, then I feel like the producers are happy as well. And we want to, again, I think for agriculture is an important part here in Utah. It's our roots, and we want to help preserve that. So there is within our program what is called the Predator Damage Control Fund, and it's known as the PDCF county match. And what that allows is counties can make a contract with the state, and there's matching money that goes into that contract from DWR funds. And this year, what's something that's new is we've put, I guess, UDAF funds into that as well. We haven't signed into that contract, but we're just allocating that funds, kind of earmarking it separate because it's something new that we're trying to promote. And I feel like there's a lot of potential for this to grow and expand. Everything that we're doing through, I guess, our winter aerial program is going through this PDCF account. And the reasoning that we're pushing for that is we want to help address, if counties want to participate into that, we're trying to make sure that everybody, gets an equal service or equal opportunity to have that service provided. So there are a few counties, I know Rich County, Grand County, I think Beaver County as well. They don't currently have a contract. We're looking at meeting with Wool Growers is who holds the account for those funds. And we're looking at meeting with them here in this spring and going over that, kind of reviewing those funds, or if we can reallocate different monies, and also have a bigger conversation with DWR and again with UDAF, and seeing if we can, if counties are putting forth a little more, then we as well need to put forth some more money. And that's kind of the whole structure of the PDCF, I guess, to try to explain that. It's kind of a different process, but again, it's the counties or how that's usually formed is a contract is signed with the county. Producers will gather those funds and take them to the county courthouse. That funds is then sent over to the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food, which then is reimbursed the county for their portion. And then those funds are held within this PDCF account with the wool growers jointly. So it kind of does a little bit of a loop or a circle there, but it's initially it's there to carry over. Just as we're seeing right now, we've had a low snow year, and we're not going to use all of our funds, our aerial funds this year. And so, maybe next year we'll have, better snow conditions, and then we'll need the money that we've, saved up for a year like this. And it has the flexibility to use, to help trappers out on the ground as well. But primarily our main focus is what we want to see is get used towards our area program.
So several of the counties that I cover as a GIP coordinator are already doing this. Summit County, as an example, I think they put together about 25 grand each year. Most of that money is coming from individual producers, but the county puts in some of their own. But being able to be matched and making basically doubling that money that they match with it is where they buy helicopter time and support their other trapping efforts. So
yeah, and in theory, I guess currently right now how it is, if a county, just hypothetically, if a county has $1,000 contract with the state, then that's where that money gets matched by the state for $1,000. And then the Department of Ag again will match that 2,000. So your 1,000 will turn into 4,000. So right now, like I say, it's kind of an experiment. We're trying it. I have to use my state funds first, and then we'll start using into what's the PDCF, I guess the county's money afterwards, if there's additional work that is being requested or asked.
So what's going on currently within our county? I mean, I know they've been doing some aerial stuff from time to time, but who pays for that? What funds that out of?
That is just out of our general livestock needs.
How do you decide where you fly and what you do?
And that's been kind of the biggest struggle that I'm trying to figure out, stepping into something new is what, how do brand, there's a small fee that's collected off of brand inspections or to sell,
Predator control.
Yep, your predator control fee or off of your head assessment. And typically, I get more wool growers, I guess, or sheep guys that participate into that, not excluding the cattle guys. but I don't know how to, I don't have a function to track, you know, hey, this is how much came from this county, or this is how much, it's all goes into a restricted account. And I don't have a way to track that. So
Mm.
that is an idea maybe in the future that we can look at. But that's, again, that's kind of a bigger, that's going into the brand program, which is something different, you know, that I'm up for the conversation.
When flights have come over though, and whenever you're out gunning, whether it's you or someone else doing it, how do you make that decision?
Just been off, mainly just off the request from producers. And so that's kind of what we're wanting, I guess, from this is like, hey, if the cattlemen or whoever, the producers in Rich County, if there's a fund that's there, hey, we've got $10,000 to use towards aerial control, and it, you know, and as long as everybody recognizes that, I can't get too specific. I think that's where the GIP, you know, you can be more targeted. But I think as long as you're, you know, I don't want to go fly obviously in the county that, you know, doesn't pertain to agriculture, but as long as I can say that coyote that's killed within that county is benefiting producers or agriculture. As long as everybody has the same mindset as that, is let's take, you know, let's use this money to help agriculture here within the county. And that's kind of the smallest I can go, I guess, at this point.
So I don't, it's probably been 4 or 5 years ago. There was, well, the producers come in and I guess it would have been somebody from that Department of Ag. I don't remember. I was thinking it was Division of Natural Resources or Division of Wildlife, but it's probably Department of Ag with a very similar program, excuse me. And at that point in time, the producers said, if you'll match our funds, you know, whatever we put in, if the county would match. Well, that particular year, you know, I think there was about 5,000 collected, and the county matched that. So there was about a $10,000 part went for predator control. And we made an agreement as a commission that, you know, we would match the producers. And so, you know, the first year it was 5,000, and the next year it was about 3,000, and the next year it was 500, and then the next year it's kind of like, well, you know, we're really not getting our monies out of it, and so the producers didn't put any more money in. So it was just this year that line item was removed out of our budget because none of the producers wanted to match our money to go back into that program. Now, I don't know if that's, you know, I don't remember exactly how that worked. I mean, we participated in it for probably a couple or 3 years. But it was an issue of you put this in and then the state would match it. So basically our 10,000 from Rich County, the state would match it with 20. And then they were going to track how much aerial time was going to be spent in Rich County. And I don't even know what program that was other than the producers come in, but you know, and it's the same situation, you know, if they want to come in, you know, if they're willing to put some money in, I think we're more than willing to try to match their money to, you know, as a county-wide. And you know, but the producers, you know, they were all gung-ho. And
Who organized getting it put together, Bill?
What's that?
Who put it together?
It was Reed and Dan.
And so is it just gotten lax of getting it pulled up again?
Just
I wonder if that's
basically
some of the issue here.
They were going to take care of it, you know, and they, you know, yeah, we've got the money, and so they collected the money, brought it into the county, and then we literally actually what we did is they brought it in, we deposited it, matched whatever they had, and then sent a check. And I believe it was Department of Ag. Now I think about it.
Probably sounds.
So just yesterday we had the conservation district meeting. The conservation districts, every one of them in the state, all have about $11,500 every year to do projects. And the conservation district committed $1,000 of their remaining funds to help go towards this, if we can use it. And that was with money that the state of the Department of Ag, we're all swapping money as in accounts to different purposes, but anyway, they could control and they have the say of what to do with it, and they wanted to support this, just so you know, for some help that way. Just so Cole can know, you know, if anything else too. But um, that might buy us a little time, but
Well, I guess I'd really like to know how many coyotes was killed in Rich County and how much aerial time was actually.
That's
put in.
I think that's a big piece. That I'm hoping, like I say, this is all really new to me. And like I say, I don't know the history as far as what happened, but I do see that the counties have been kind of again, where did the money go or what was it used for? And that's what I want to be able to do annually. I have to submit reports, as far as what we were doing, the number of coyotes that were taken, and within the counties and the months. So it'd be very easy for me to generate that report, to you guys individually for Rich County and say, hey, okay, you guys put this funds into there. This is where it went to, and you have X amount remaining for next year, or again, however that you guys, and that's going to take a lot of communication, I think, between just producers and trappers, and do you want to exceed that? Do you want to add more to it? Do you want to hold on it? Do you want to save it for next year? This year is kind of it's kind of
crummy hunt.
it really is. It's been kind of a
I
test.
heard, I heard the state with the deer population as bad as it is, that the state was gonna up the bounty on coyotes
That's
to 100 from 50.
Yeah, that got approved through the wildlife
did?
board. Yeah,
Okay.
so they plan on doing that as well.
So according to the Department of, I want to say, well, Department of Wildlife, Natural Resources, however you want to term it now anymore. They killed 157 coyotes and 16 bobcats in Rich County in 24. Now, you should have that right at your fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently what they said is that their money is contracted with the Department of Ag for you guys to do the control. Is that right?
So that's a separate. That's just how many was paid on bounty. Is that correct? That number
No,
that you're.
that was aerial shot. He said 100. I said, how many coyotes was killed in Rich County? How many coyotes was taken in Rich County? And he says 157 aerial.
I don't know. Who said?
Blair Stringham was the one that told us. He was up here that day.
Okay.
And and he said, I've looked into the numbers for you because I knew you was going to ask me, because I asked the year before. And so I'm just curious as to how much more aerial time could we get, I guess, so to speak. How much more successful, how many more animals would we be taking if we, put another 20, 30,000?
Yeah, 20 to 30,000 goes a long way. I guess it depends if you're using a helicopter or a fixed wing.
Yeah,
but,
I have no idea.
but
So
and that's something, I wish I could say they're all been successful. This year's, what I've seen is our fixed wing have been literally like kicking butt. I don't know how to say that, and they've been very, very successful. Our helicopters are not, are struggling a little bit, and it's just reflecting on the poor snow conditions that we've had. I would, again, my way of thinking is, that we haven't had the snow conditions to push the coyotes, push them down and concentrate them, but still they seem like they're concentrated for some reason, which is, I don't know what the rhyme or reason on that movement is, or if it's just a bumper crop of, pups this last spring. I don't know how that reflects. I'm not really 100% sure on that. I know that, being a gunner, I guess, and flying here in Rich County, and, from 4 or 5 years that I was here, like, I think that Rich County, or at least guys, can benefit largely from a fixed wing that I think will be a lower cost, hourly operating cost than would be a helicopter. It seems like there's a lot of helicopter work that's already done over here with your private GIP funds, and I don't see maybe a large need to overlap that if that program, is
But the helicopter's not coming down on the valley bottom.
right.
We're just up on the hills
So
west
if
of town.
So if a fixed wing can operate there where, and not have to sit and overlap, then I think that would be where money would be best or wisely used. But I don't think, again, I don't necessarily think it's something huge as far as 20. I mean, if you guys want to, I think that'd be great. But I don't, I think for addressing the issues that are over here, I think if you had a pot of $10,000 or so, I think that would be fine to operate from year to year. But that, again, that's just an estimate. That's just a guess. I wish I could.
So if we put 10,000 in, the state would put another 10. Right?
Yeah, well, accordingly, yeah, that would go up to 40. But I don't know. Again, I don't know if that cap, it's all based on the contractual, and I'm limited with the contractual amount, right? There's only so much money that I can contract to the counties. I wish I could say, yeah, 50,000, and here's another, but I have a limit. So what I'm saying, I guess, is if the county put in, even 2,000 or 3,000 there, and it got matched and then matched again, I think that would be sufficient to help cover the fixed wing side of things, what you guys would need in the valleys. Because I do sympathize for you guys over here. I am aware that there's a lot of livestock that's here, and again, we're trying to look at currently trying to think on hiring a trapper, and I don't know, one of them happens to be from this side of the valley, and so I would like there to be somebody that's over here, and I think it's just been kind of a spot that nobody's looked at, I guess, for years, and I'm not trying to throw shade on what anybody else has done. They've just been limited.
Apparently, where squeaky wheel gets the grease, and we're not doing enough squeaking.
Well, no, I do appreciate what you guys do and what comes from here, but I want to be supportive and help you guys as well, if that's something that you guys are interested in doing or would like.
On the GIP side, we have to be careful about which pot of money is being matched with state funds, just so we have to be very careful that it's not being double dipped. And so we're always careful about in other counties which GIP funds are going to here or PDCF funds for the county stuff too. So anyway, we've seen that question come along and trying to be careful.
So I'm just trying to think on these numbers that you brought up, and like Bobcats is something that we don't take aerially, so I don't know where the
That must be part of trapped.
It very well could, but we don't have a government trapper working in this county now.
right. Well, here in the winters, a little bit, but we
Got a lot of private guys that trap, and
yeah. So I don't know if that and to be honest, the last 2 years, or last year, I guess, was the first year that last season, I guess you could say, I don't think we flew over here a lot, and I'm aware of that. And it's just because of, again, stepping into this, and the same question that you guys asked is, well, how do you address where a fixed wing goes, or how does a helicopter go? How do you spread what I have in our budget across the whole state? And do you just address it to every time somebody calls and wants an airplane? Am I just supposed to send one out, or a helicopter, or how do I defer that or differentiate? And so that's the biggest approach to this PDCF. Okay, if you guys are willing to put forth a little money into this, then I can push the aerial resource that way, and we can get it matched. But I don't know another way, other than
You'd say that's what your biggest constraint is money. It's not necessarily even like access to a fixed wing.
the state owns 2 fixed wings, and right now with our contractors, there's another 3 on top of that are sitting. And it's the contractor cost, I guess, to operate is a higher cost.
Yeah.
But that kind of is. It's kind of
How often are they just sitting there and not flying?
So this, they are sitting currently right now, which I don't want to misuse that funds, right? And the conditions aren't helping at all.
Need the conditions to fly and be effective.
So typically what you wait for great snow conditions where, in a helicopter where you can track, where, visual is better. I've been technology has advanced over the years. The thermal has been huge.
Yeah.
And I want to say that I kind of broke the ground on that as far as the thermal from the fixed wing. And they're being super effective. Like I say, our average for the fixed wing right now is like 3.6 coyotes per hour, which is great, which is awesome. The helicopters are down just under 2. So I mean, it's not like they're doing okay, but they're not doing awesome.
Helicopter time per hour, and make sure I'm correct, is 12 to 1,500 bucks an hour.
With our contractors, it's $1,200 an hour, and then anything that's a per diem cost or whatever that could be added onto that. Our fixed wing right now with the state, you're roughly like at 250 an hour. It's kind of 225 somewhere in there. What the operating cost for the state, a contractor fixed wing cost is 450. So you kind of double it as you go up.
You said a fixed wing is like 2.5 per hour, or how many?
We're
per hour?
at 3.6 currently.
And that
on a year like this. So and again, this is a brand new year. This is a brand new system where we're tracking these numbers. So this is all new. So no, I don't
For
have
what it's worth, Joe.
yeah, I'm
Just-
starting from scratch. So if anybody even asked me, I would have
Same-
no clue what.
well, the same here. And so I don't know historically what those numbers are. I'm just saying that's what I have currently, and that's what I'm kind of looking at. But
That still seems incredible.
60% of what's been taken with the fixed wing have been with the aid of thermal. And that's been on overcast days with low, poor lighting, but no snow. So
How much ground is covered in an hour? Do you know?
that's the I don't have an equation to say that, but it seems like you get big seas of sagebrush that is flat terrain. Instead of having to sit and grid that out at a low level, which takes hours, if I'm able to cover that same country, and I'm getting I say a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile, looking out one side. I can only look out one side with that thermal. I can't, and it can't see through glass. We've kind of adapted and cut a hole in the window, but we're able to scan that, and it's like they can't hide. So
Yeah, those thermals look cool.
and
Scopes and stuff.
and we've made some upgrades, bought some really nice equipment. We got we sent some trappers down to the SHOT Show here this spring or last month, I guess. Technology is improving, and it's incredible. So I would hope that you can get that cost down. Again, you can look at the same amount of country at a lower cost and still be as effective. And I feel like that's something that we're doing right now currently, even with the funds that we're at right now, even after the separation with wildlife services, we were still able to operate a full year and still hit our goal, or a happy medium. I felt like, I mean, it wasn't a record breaking number, but we still hit the scoreboard, like we were, which I was really impressed. I had my expectations to hit pretty low, and we took 3,300 coyotes last year in the calendar year, and my goal was around 25 or 26. So I feel like we really overshot that and that was with fixed wings, and we didn't start our aerial program till the January 1 of last year. And our fixed wing didn't get in the air till probably the end of January, 1st of February. So this year, as of currently right now, I think we're at about 1,100 coyotes so far this winter from the air. And I want to say, I think 600 or 700 of those are with the fixed wing.
So that, when you say that, is that since the 1st of January? Or-
That's from our flying season goes from November, about somewhere in November. We try to wait till after the CWMU hunts,
Yeah.
make sure everybody's off the mountain so we don't get
Shot at.
firearms waved at us, and make sure everybody's waving with all 5 fingers.
So with the GET program, how many hours? I mean, did you do some work here in Rich County with the GET program?
Yeah.
So is that, how many hours is that? Did you keep track?
A lot of it was through Junior Goring doing the flying through his helicopter, and we were able to get about $20,000 worth of flight time from the helicopter. A lot of it's from up above Round Valley and over this direction. And I haven't talked to Junior yet about number of coyotes that we've been able to get this year, but dollars wise, that's what we're up to.
So is that a helicopter he contracted with and you put money with? Or
He owns it.
It's on his own helicopter.
Yes. So there's a group called Northern Utah Protective Association or Predator Association, NUPA, anyway, that's a big conglomerate of lots of northern Utah, mostly sheep guys. Three Creeks puts into that over this direction. Dan does a little bit from Ben Weston. Anyway, we've pulled up different funds over this direction. A lot of their funds are collected out of Box Elder and cash, mostly Box Elder though.
Alrighty, well,
Well, back in the 80s, I got the privilege of being a gunner in a helicopter.
Is that why we still have coyotes?
Huh?
I'm just kidding you. I've just had to tease you.
And it was a matter of, believe me, flying around in a helicopter shooting coyotes out of the side of a helicopter with the door off at -3 and 10. And the worst thing about it was not very many people can sit in that seat with them flying around and not get car sick. That was the and the first day I got to do it was he landed in the middle of the road and the guy got out and he threw up and threw up and threw up and threw up. And I said, well, we're burning time. He said, do you want to try this? And it's like, yeah, that's fine with me.
Cool.
It was quite a day. Froze right to death, but it was quite a day.
Well, I have Cole's contact immediate numbers and everything else if the county's interested in doing anything from the commission level.
we are, and we need to stay in contact.
Okay, well, like you say, we'll be reevaluating some of these contract numbers because I want to, you know, I don't know if we can pull from a different county. We want to add to this pot of money.
And I guess what Taylor just said may concern me, and that is that if they're already donating to your program, they're willing to go ahead and donate more to this match program.
Honestly, it's only sheep guys typically that are donating.
Right.
Three Creeks, yes. We have sheep involved, but calves are benefited as well. Calves aren't typically the most targeted animal, but if you could get some other money from some of these other people that aren't doing anything from junior, everybody over here isn't by any means. So
if you saw a wolf lurking around a herd of cows and you're flying,
I can't. So
I had 2 different years of a confirmed wolf kill in my herd. Would you have shot that wolf if it was outside my gate?
If you're the producer, you can't. I think in this corner of the world, you can't.
I can, but would you have?
I can't from an aircraft. If that's what you're saying? On the ground?
That's what I was. Even if it's, you can tell it's.
I can't.
By a herd.
It's by, like, I'm only, state code or state law is defined as coyotes only.
Oh,
and so I don't want to open that Pandora box at this time.
Yeah.
Leave that one as it is.
Well, we're online, so.
Okay.
Or I would say something else.
Cole, wasn't it you that saw the Wolverine
Yeah.
in Dan's
You saw the
sheet?
Wolverine up here?
He's the one who caught it for you.
That wasn't, yeah.
The funny looking coyote at first.
That herder was very upset. And I didn't know what to say. I mean, the body language that, you know, as we flew by, I mean, he was upset. You could tell he was calling us every name, but I don't know how to, anyway, kind of out of our hands. So.
Because he was mad because you didn't shoot it.
I think he was worried about I don't know if he necessarily knew exactly what had killed the sheep, you know, but he just knew that, you know, he had a bunch of dead ones and we were there and he was, you know, pointing at the sheep and then throwing his arms up in the air and looking at us like, what are you guys doing? You know,
That's funny.
I wish we could have tossed a note out to him, but anyway, so that's kind of, the wolf is like I say, that is a hot topic right now, and Colorado, you know, isn't doing us a lot of favors right now.
No.
But I think that through this legislative session, I think some of the conversations that's happening, I think, you know, hopefully, ideally, there will be something that can be changed or, you know, turned back over to the state that we can manage them here in the future is everybody's hope.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll see you.
Thanks for coming in.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Nice job.
Hey, good to meet you guys. I thank you so much. Oh,
Nice to
sorry
meet you.
there.
I don't know when you're ready. We'll do applications. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be today. I'm just telling you.
You got 4, I guess all 3 of these.
Okay, I do that.
Hi there.
Hi. Tell me
Wait,
about
Fox, can I have a drink of your soda again?
Okay. Your, someone state your names for the record.
Bob Peterson, Zora Software.
Mitch Poulsen, Planning Administrator.
Okay. Mitch.
Well, so after our discussion last month, you asked me to get you guys a copy of the contract so you could take a look at it, which we forwarded to you to take a look at. I got us on the agenda, but I felt like it'd probably be more appropriate for Bob, who is with Azora Software, to actually answer the questions. He's the one that's put the contract together. You know, I'm just the end user, but I've been pretty involved with it the whole time. So don't know that I have an awful lot to say, especially where it's a contract. So
Okay.
Well, should we start from the beginning and make this really fast?
Yeah, the Reader's Digest, we're running behind. But
Yeah, look, I've been involved in short-term rentals for 10 plus years. You guys have gone through just about every vendor out there, right? Starting with STR Helper, which went to Host Compliance, which went to Granicus, and Unirevs, which went to GovOS. You heard Deckard today, so the only one that I don't think you've ever talked to is Amari, which was bought by Avenue. So that's pretty much the playing field of vendors out there to talk to. The advantages of us is my office is right next to his. So if there's a problem, he knows where I am. Danny's just right across the street. We tried to design this differently than before to compass all the stakeholders, from the property managers to the building inspector to the fire inspector. My new friend Kim in the back in the assessor's office and the sanitation department. They all need access to the system to see what's going on with the short-term rentals. In 2015, 16, when we started, there was 35 in the county, right? And Sweetwater, part where I live, Sweetwater, the golf course didn't allow short-term rentals, but since they've changed their CCNRs, they voted not to change them, which allowed short-term rentals in that area, which that's now exploded, and that's where the majority of your short-term rentals are. As of right now, we've found basically 100. We know there's probably 130 total in the county. Just so you can kind of see, that's just the Sweetwater area. We're just in Sweetwater, and as you kind of zoom out a little bit from the county, you can see there's more around. You talked about implementation. The Zora, this is in our production environment, so it's up and running. The parts that will slow you down right now is coming to grips with how we're going to set up the permitting system. Well, pretty much for next year, since this year is almost you almost see your deadline. But that all right, that's the Reader's Digest, quick and dirty. But
one of the things I'd like to mention is I've been working with Bob is we've had to restructure the way that we flow, the workflow happens with this because we changed our fee structure. Everybody still thinks, oh, it's just $150 for renewal, and it's a completely different deal if we're going by a per head original permit. So what we're going to do with this new software with Bob is that they will be instructed that they have to pay their fees first, which means that they have to find out their original allotted number from the building inspector, and then everything flows from there on out. I've seen what Bob's been working on, and in terms of simplicity, I mean, I believe that I got the vibe from you guys that you didn't want something complicated. You just wanted something that worked, that helped to manage them on a simplistic level. And I think what Bob is is presenting to us accomplishes that. I think the workflow will be simple. We're going to get short-term rental managers involved before we even roll it out so that they could try it, like do a trial application and go, this isn't working for us. You need to change this or this or this, where these people never have this kind of information. And one of the things I really like about it that will streamline it is instead of the building inspector and the fire inspector having to go out and fill out a form, and then either they submit it to me or they get it to the homeowner or they get it to the rental manager, they have a little, it's a smart app on their phone. They click done, it goes directly to the account for the person that is making the request. So then it's not, then we're not shuffling papers through different hands. It goes right to the software where I can pull it up and see it. I'm hoping that will both simplify my life and our inspectors' lives as well. So just a lot of nice little touches like that will hopefully streamline the whole process and make it easier for everybody to use.
And then I'd like to add, I know that the other software is a lot cheaper. However, since Bob's been digging into this, we've realized that the website and the phone numbers and everything is incorrect. Us spending more money on a program is getting us down to the nitty-gritty and knowing that everything's working, from the state aspect to the county aspect to the TRT. Everything is going to be flowing correctly. Not just to have Kim teach her how to pull one. She can come to Bob or their office and say, this is what I want. They'll pull it for her. She can see everything in there. So there's no confusion on getting your reports the right way or the wrong way.
Yeah, everybody could get.
Do you want to go into just a little bit of what you just
Yeah, so well, Mitch and I yesterday we're trying to deal with some hotline issues, and your hotline's not set up correctly right now, but these are all the things we could fix. I don't think anyone's ever dug into the TRT before. That's how I got involved with Tammy and Mitch to begin with, is to make sure all the TRT is being collected. And then I realized that sanitation and the assessor's office have a whole stake in this as well. So I guess we're trying to make everybody play fairly. And then now we have a new bill, right? HB 256 is going through the legislators right now, and that's going to change how we could view the short-term rentals to do enforcement. Now that bill's changed a little bit since it was first introduced, but I think it's going to make things easier for you guys to be able to enforce and get people registered that aren't registered.
Because it'll all flow through one software that's going to fix all of the issues, instead of just somebody coming and saying, here's our software, we'll teach you how to use it, and then that's it. We've just found a lot of issues with the other softwares that aren't talking back and forth. Those kind of issues is just something that I am very passionate about and done a lot of history on this. And I really, truly believe that this is the best software. And this is what our county needs.
I'll make a motion that we that we go ahead and sign the contract with Azora Software for our nightly rental,
short-term
rental enforcement and tracking.
I'll second that.
Yes. Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. You guys are on.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah. Thank you.
thought it was going to be harder than that.
Oh, it's all the back work that's been going on.
I appreciate it.
Okay, we want,
What do you want?
we want you to check back in about the middle of July and let's see how things are going.
Okay, we'll put it on
See if this bread
That'd
and
be
butter
good.
deal is working out.
That'd be good.
I'll be there if you need me.
Okay.
Okay, Kaia. State your name and what you're doing for the record.
My name is Kaia Bowden, County Recorder. I am here on behalf of a parcel issue that was brought to my attention this week. On Monday afternoon, Janie Sorchuk, who, if I'm sure you know, but if you don't know, is one of Norm Meekum's assistants. She called me and had a question about a parcel number that is delinquent in taxes. And she wasn't sure where it was, so I did some digging and I found it. And unfortunately, I believe that this parcel should no longer exist. It should have been combined with another parcel back in 2008 with a subdivision amendment, and it never was.
What's the number?
That word's in,
Go look it up.
Sweetwater.
Yeah, Sweetwater Golf Course Phase 5, Lot 43. So they did a couple of different amendments on.
Do you have the parcel number? Sorry.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
So the Lot 43 parcel number is 36-04-050-0043. And then the extra parcel that is in question is going to be the exact same thing, except for the last 4 digits are going to be 0072. So
Run on top of each other.
yeah, and I've got so this is what I have on my records here. There's 2 different parcels. I've got them highlighted.
This one and this one.
Yeah.
36-04-050-0043 and
0072.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they combined these 2 lots and did away with one of the parcels.
So, and here's the amendment plat. So 4-3 right here, this line right here is just a sanitation easement, so we don't have to worry about that. But it is 1 lot on our plats. So it has been recorded, it should be combined, but it never was. And it's been left that way for almost 20 years now, and unfortunately they never caught it until Monday. So what I would do is I would just go and combine the lots as they are supposed to be, and give the ownership for this top piece to the person who owns lot 43, because that's how it was intended.
So that owner didn't.
So is that the copy of the plat where it was combined? And what year was that recorded?
2008. I've blown it up a little bit so you guys can see it, but it was recorded in 2008.
Okay.
So.
And that was when the amendment went in.
So the only issue, I mean, I can combine that lot. That's not a big deal. I can do that in like 30 seconds. The only issue is, what are we going to do on taxes? Because taxes have been being paid on that extra lot that shouldn't exist since 2008. They're delinquent this year, but I told them don't pay it yet till we figure out what's going on with it first. So that's why I'm here, is mostly for taxes and what you guys want to, how you guys want to handle that.
What do we do, tax lady?
Well, I don't think we have a choice. I mean, the parcel doesn't exist anymore. It should be added into 43. 72 should be gone. So I think we cleaned it up for this year, and 2025, we can have it off for sure, so there won't be a problem in 25. I think 24, where it's delinquent, I think we need to clean that up. But why I told Kaia, she needs to come to you guys, because you need to abate taxes at this point. It's not just a matter of Board of Equalization issue, because that's all been done and closed. It's a matter of abating taxes. And then there's always a refund. Do we refund them back? And 43 has changed hands a few times. So that complicates things. Nobody's ever appealed that. 43, there's always been taxes due. It's just the 72 that is the problem child. So if they want a refund back, I don't know. I guess we could try to cross that bridge when they come to it.
If they wanted a refund, they should bring and tell us for how much and how long.
Well, we only go back 5 years generally, on anything, if we refund anything, it's usually just 5 years, cause that.
So let's just clean this mess up and then just see what happens.
Something about the refund, we could deal with that, cross that bridge when it comes to it, but at this point in time, we were thinking we need to get it cleaned up, but where there's taxes due and delinquent taxes now, that would be something you guys would have to abate. So.
So it still shows on here though, on your map, right?
On my digital map, yes.
Okay.
But that's because my digital map is based off of my assessment roll where that 0072 parcel still exists.
Okay.
But on like all of my paper maps and stuff and like my plats and my 18x18s, the ownership maps, 72 should not exist. And it does not exist
It does not on paper.
because it was amended to be combined into lot 43. Because they did.
Is that the only amendment they did? when they
No,
did-
so they did two amendments. The original amendment to those 8 lots or whatever, they gave, the HOA gave extra land from the open space of the subdivision, but it was a separate parcel, like it's reflected there, but it was like that on all 8 parcels and included in that amendment. And that was just a big fat mess and everyone was confused. So then they went back and re-amended those 8 lots to be those combined lots that we see today. But lot 43 just got missed, I think. I don't know. I was still in elementary school when that happened, but I'm assuming based off of the documentation I've seen, lot 43 just got missed.
Okay, so if we've got a copy of the amended plat in our files and that 72 parcel 7, yeah, whatever, it was eliminated. So it would be just a matter of, I mean, if as long as it's recorded and the amendment was approved and the amendment was recorded, then that's the way it stands. So does lot 43 every time, does that job description of lot 43 take in 72?
Yep, right there. So it says lot 43 amendment of the Sweetwater Golf Course, whatever, lot 40 through 48.
Okay, so that document says that the
That-
43, the lot description for 43 includes the abandonment of this and includes it all of this,
Yes,
right?
because this legal description was pulled from this
Okay.
recorded plat.
All right.
So, yeah, that's not an issue. I can fix that super fast. I just didn't know what you guys wanted to do as far as like the delinquent.
And they're delinquent
thing.
for just a year?
Yeah, just 2024.
Okay, I move we abate their taxes for 2024.
Second.
Okay,
And that, what name is that? Have they been paying that under?
The 72
Yeah,
Bear Lake Golf Course Development Corporation.
okay.
okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so I guess I just go delete that parcel and tell the affected parties. Is that
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay? I like it.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kaia. Kim.
Kim Wilson, Rich County Assessor. Okay, I have a couple of things for. So we have some Church of Jesus Christ and the Crossroads of the West scouting that are those exemptions for their places of, for the church it's a place of worship, and then for the Crossroads it's the place of their nonprofit. So we just need to approve those. There's the continued exemption if you need any, if you want to look them over. We should be getting one from the other Boy Scout camp, because this one is the one on the west side of the road. This is the camp hunt.
That's what I was, okay.
The other one I should have received something from the other side, the aquatics camp, but I haven't seen anything. And I just sent they're supposed to be technically in by March 1st. They're supposed to be into me by March 1st. Actually, they're supposed to be into Annalisa, but they've always just sent them to us, and I brought them to you to be approved. But there should be one coming from Health West, which would be the Bear Lake Community Health Center. And so, and I haven't seen those two yet. Now, I have questions on the Boy Scout camp on the east side, because at one point in time, I think they were trying to offer those camping places for rent or for families.
They do.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then they're no longer a nonprofit under the 5013C. It's kind of like household furnishings. Once they rent it out, even for one day, they become taxable. They're exempt if you're using them for your own place of abode, but once you rent that place out, now they're taxable.
Are
So
they renting them or are they just?
Yeah.
I'm sure they're trying to make money on them.
Sites. I think you can actually go online and reserve.
Is it
At least I
church?
heard you could. No, it's Boy Scout.
I mean, Boy Scout.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
church has nothing to do with the Boy Scouts anymore.
Yeah.
So
I don't think the west side is doing that at this point in time. Do you know that?
I don't.
I've only thought it was the east side one, but
The Aquatics camp.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think.
I think Camp Hunt is still being used
Is still.
Boy Scouts, whatever, whoever they have left.
Yeah. Question about the new clinic.
I haven't seen anything or heard anything from that yet. I know it's up and running,
Okay.
but
Well-
I would assume they would probably do something like that
Well, I just don't know.
if they're gonna
Because- Yeah, so they're still, they've used basically 2 acres out of their 7 is all at that point in time. And I just wondered how that would play out with the fact that not all of it is.
being used with the building.
Yeah.
And I haven't looked at that yet because it's just brand new. I
Okay,
haven't.
so the other community or the West, Bear Lake West, what is it? Health West?
Health West is the Bear Lake Community Health
Right.
Center, the one
The
that's
nonprofit.
the old one.
Yeah.
That we've been using. I'm guessing one of them will. There's probably not enough business for 2 in town, so I'm guessing one will go probably by the wayside, but I don't know that.
And they qualify as a nonprofit?
Well, you guys as the commission had agreed to treat them as such because there was something they
Well-
provided with the indigent.
Well,
The indigent
when they were Bear Lake Memorial, or when they were the Bear Lake
Community Health Center.
Community Health Center, then it was a funded nonprofit situation. But now it's been bought out by Health West, or they are for-profit organization.
I've got the original application from last year. I can go grab that if you
I
want.
mean,
if you want to.
I'm not trying to throw dirt on this, but I'm just wondering if their status would have changed when they were acquired by.
Well, Bear Lake Health, or not Bear Lake, the Health West people did an application for last year for the exemption, for this
Okay,
exemption.
and-
And it was a complete application. It wasn't just a renewal or a
Right,
continued.
And we determined that they were,
I believe so.
all right.
And like I said, I've got it. I'll walk down and get it and double check
fine.
it.
That's fine. Just as long as, we've got the documentation.
In fact, let me just do it. I've got it right handy.
DC sent you actually.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure I put in AP as a secondary.
So is this the cleaned up one or is this
They
the?
give me an option to put in like.
Here's their original
Continue progress.
application.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Which they've got their chair.
I didn't actually, no, I didn't actually, I get these, they all have it in,
Okay.
so I'm just.
Looks like we couldn't put in March of 24. And after they provided everything, I think we determined that they were. Okay.
Yeah, because we talked about it for a few years.
Yeah, and we talked about Bear Lake Community Health Center for quite a number of years.
Yeah.
And like I said, when they first apply, they have to do a complete application. Then after that, they can just do the annual statement of continued exemption. But we do have an original application on file. But I started to be concerned about the Boy Scout Aquatics Camp. So I'm gonna have to have some discussion with them.
Okay. I'd move that we approve these exemptions, excluding the Boy Scout Aquatics Camp until you can
Well,
verify.
they haven't applied yet.
Oh, okay. I would move that we approve these exemptions and
Okay.
for Crossroads West and for the LDS church properties.
Got it. Second that motion.
Okay, moving second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, next thing I have is I heard back on two appeals, well, several appeals, but two of these, we dismissed their appeal. One of them was Worldmark because they filed at the last minute and then we dismissed it, so they appealed that to the state. So they couldn't appeal the value or anything, but they could appeal the part that we dismissed. So the state sent us back their decision saying that they're remanding it back to the Board of Equalization. Because before we can dismiss it, we're supposed to give them a notice that 10 days, they have 10 days to supply some information,
Yeah, because we never got any evidence, right? It was just the
evidence. Yeah,
generic
we have
submission.
10 days. It's a notice of intent to dismiss the appeal, which gives them 10 days to send in their appeal information. And I tried to explain to them that we have it. We have the hearings set up. We have everything that we need, or we tell them all that they have to have all their evidence in by September 15th. So that gives us a week before the hearings. It doesn't give us 10 days. It just gives us usually a week. And they remanded it back saying because we didn't send that notice of intent to dismiss and give them the 10 days to send in any of their evidence, that they're remanding it back, that we do that.
So are we gonna have to send that in notice of intent to everybody we dismiss?
No, just these two that appealed. The other one was Scott Sims, and he's appealed for years. He never supplies any information, and this year was no different. He gave us pictures of some neighbors' homes, but just said that's who like they're one house away from his. Didn't give us any information. And so we dismissed that as well. So
You gotta do the same thing with that.
same thing with him, and I just barely heard back on his yesterday. And I think those were the only two that were up, that filed for state appeal on dismissals. So now the process is we have to send the notice of intent to dismiss the appeal and give them 10 days to provide that information. So, I guess what I'm asking is we probably, as the board, I think we probably need to send this notice of intent to dismiss and give them 10 days to provide us evidence. And then if they don't, then we can, I guess, if they don't, then I guess we have the right to dismiss it at that point. And if they do supply some evidence, then we're gonna have to talk about the evidence and
then dismiss it.
And
I'm
then-
just, that's a joke.
then
That was a
make,
joke.
then make a decision, and then they have the appeal right to go
That's
to
gonna
the
come
state.
back to get me. Just
If the property owner, excuse me. So what it basically says is that if the property owner timely submits the evidence of documentation as required by administrative rules in the assigned time, the County Board of Equalization shall issue a decision on its merits of the information. So the Board of Equalization has issued its decision for 2023. That decision will be applicable to the Utah State Tax Commission as it's ordered. So
we've already done that.
well, we didn't issue that.
We didn't give them the time or the additional time to file the appeal.
So what
Because-
stops anybody else from saying they never got that?
Well, it's only the ones we dismissed, number one.
Okay.
Everything else you made a decision on the merits, and then they appealed to the state. These guys appealed the dismissal part
Mm.
because we didn't do this. And Worldmark brought that up. Scott did it, but it's the same situation. Because we didn't give him this intent to dismiss and give him 10 days. And I tried to explain to him, we only have hearings on one day. And we said, we made it clear in all of our paperwork and everything we send that all the information has to be in by the 15th. But because we didn't do this, then they said we have to. So they remanded these two back to us.
Do you have the parcel numbers on those two?
So we would have just denied them if we would have denied them based on
This one. So if you would have just like
instead of dismiss, we just say
that
deny.
change, denied it, yeah.
We wouldn't have had to do that.
Well, it's dismissed, denied. We
Those are the options, right? Adjust, dismiss, deny.
yeah, or yeah, I guess deny the appeal or deny any change. Say there was, they didn't meet their burden of proof for the
So in the
evidence.
future, if they don't have proof, should we
So-
deny it instead of dismiss it?
I'm coming back to the
Okay.
future. This is just for the past. So if you guys are okay, and I think that's the way to go, I don't know I think this is the easiest way to handle it is to send these intent to dismiss letters and give them the 10 days to file to send in some evidence for 2023. And then at that point, then you'll have to reconvene probably at a commission meeting and just go into a Board of Equalization session to decide on these. Anna, Lisa?
Okay, I can help make those letters,
Okay.
right?
Well, and the letters are there. They're pretty much there. And I will give you copies of these if you want them.
Just let me know how I can help if you need
Okay.
help, okay?
And I'm gonna get to that real shortly here because that's a whole nother process. So do we need to make a motion on that?
Probably so.
To send those letters out?
Yeah, I guess.
Sure.
I don't know if that's the proper process. I've never,
You don't have any choice. I mean,
yeah.
you were issued a decision by the tax commission, and so you've got to issue a letter of intent, and they've still got to have their 10 days.
I would think it'd probably be better to not do any action, right? If it's just part of a process anyway.
Just send them.
Just send them and not do
Yeah.
anything? Okay. I just didn't know. I just want to make sure you're aware. This is the first time I got anything
need to
back
follow-
like this.
Yeah, and if they peruse some more information, then we'll convene a Board of Equalization and consider it.
Okay. Okay. So that then the next two things on my list are kind of combined. So the Board of Equalization process, because I talked to you and I talked to Annalise a little bit about what we're doing and what we're not doing. Basically, our Board of Equalization processes are I'm doing all of it and I shouldn't be doing any of it. And I had a class, and it's not Annalise's fault because it's just kind of the way it's been. Because it was in the past, it had just been easier for me to do it because I knew what was going on. Well, that's not the proper process. So what I've done is that's a standard of practice that comes right from the property division website. If you Google search standard of practice, and it's the very first one. First standard of practice 1 is Board of Equalization. That kind of gives you some guidelines in there as kind of what's expected and what they envision the Board of Equalization to look like. Right now we are in the assessor's office. Our number goes out on the valuation notices to contact us for appointments and appeal paperwork. I'm not supposed to go through any of that. That should go all to Annalisa. The forms and everything are basically online, and in the paperwork I've given you, they're in red, they're in blue, that if you pull it up online, you can just click on them and you can see other standards, you can see what they're talking about in there. So if you Google search the USTC Property Tax Division and then just search standards of practice, it'll come up. And then it's right there, number 1, just click on BOE. And then it has all the different forms that we're supposed to use. There's an appeal form right in there that we should be using. Anyways, I am not supposed to have any hand in the process at all. I am supposed to exchange data with the taxpayer 5 days in advance. They should be sending in their information at least 5 days in advance of their hearing. And I should be coming in to you with my evidence the same as they should be coming in with their evidence.
So that information should come to Annalisa?
So Annalisa should get the phone calls to appeal. She should direct them to wherever the paperwork's at, whether it's online or whether she sends it. She's supposed to bring you their paperwork. And what kind of prompted this for me is I had a taxpayer at a state appeal accuse me of throwing out their appraisal. And that did not happen, but I don't even want any look that could or did happen or could in the future happen. Because it's a checks and balance system. That's what the Board of Equalization is. It should be fresh eyes that looks at the data on the merits of the data. And you should look at mine as much as you look at theirs. And that's the only part I should have involved in it. The letter should come out from your decisions. Annalisa should send them, and I know this is a lot for Annalisa, but in the past it was like, well, you can do it because you know what's going on. That's the problem, is I do know what's going on. And when I'm looking at all the data and trying to weigh it out, I'm standing in judgment of my own values. Kind of, sort of, with you guys looking at all that, but that I shouldn't have any role in that at all.
Sorry, quick question about, the appeals process when you're going through the actual hearings. Are you supposed to be in those, or are you supposed to have a third party, or is the commissioner the third party?
The commission, and it could be the commission is acting as the board, or you can hire a hearing officer. But like the hearing officer cannot be a member of like, can't be me or my staff. And I think it can't be Annalisa or her staff. It can't be, I don't think it can be any of the treasurer. I'm not sure about the recorder. I think it says it right in that handout I gave you as who could be a member of the like a hearing officer.
What I mean is, when you meet with the tax commissioners on
the state appeals,
is it
that's me. That's me, because I'm acting on behalf of the board at that point in time. But for the local Board of Equalization, I shouldn't be doing any of that stuff. I should be bringing you my evidence as to why I valued them, how I valued them, just like the taxpayer does. Does that make sense? So, the property tax division, I went to a class a couple weeks ago because I was required by law so that I could get a new designation of being an administrator. Not that I've been an administrator for 28 years, but it was a law change that required this designation change. So I went to this class. It was 4 days. It was a good class. I dragged my feet. I didn't want to go, but they really spelled out some good things as far as who does what and why. They have offered to come and do presentations at the county level. And so if something that you guys would like, I can have them come up. I can plan like the last little bit of a commission meeting day, and let them come up and do like an hour presentation or something for you, or
Sounds miserable, but we should probably do it.
I'm just wondering if that would be helpful for all of us, maybe.
1 hour.
45 minutes an hour. I don't know what they'll pay, but
I mean, it'd probably be helpful because in my head, we've done things a certain way, but it's going to be hard for me to
revisit that. I know.
to change it.
Believe me, I've done it that way for a long.
It sounds like the auditor / clerk should interface with us a lot more than you've been, right?
Yeah.
Clerk. It's the clerk.
It's the clerk. Yep.
No, it's the auditors.
Oh yes, it's the auditor. Excuse me, it's not the clerk. She's the clerk of the board, but she's the auditor. It's under her auditor umbrella, not her clerk umbrella. But she acts as the clerk of the board for Board of Equalization.
So you've been assessing and auditing.
I assess, I audit, I send the letters, I make the changes, and I'm not even, once I close my tax roll, I'm not supposed to make any changes. I'm not even, if you guys, we go through and authorize, like if there's something that was a mistake or a correction, and I bring it to you guys like before the notices go out that we found that it has been errors, I'm not supposed to correct those at all. I'm supposed to bring them to you. You guys make the decision to correct those, and Annalise is supposed to actually correct them in the assessment roll. It's not supposed to be me at all. I'm not supposed to touch values once I close my assessment roll. Which, in even our centrally assessed properties that we wait for them to come, and I usually wait for them before I close my roll, which it's kind of close to the same time. I'm not supposed to even put them in. That should be Annalisa. Once I close my tax roll, and I shouldn't hold up closing my tax roll based on the centrally assessed values that come from the state. I found that out too. So I apologize to you, and I'll help you any way we can, because this is going to be kind of a transition from the way we've been doing it to the way we should be doing it. But because of these audits that are coming about with the legislative audits and things, if they audit our county, we don't want to get dinged on this. We want to make sure our practices are in place that cover.
Yeah.
Also, sorry to throw this in as well. There's a few things that the treasurer's office does that the auditor is supposed to be doing. With circuit breakers, things like that. And
Some of the
I
exemptions.
just don't know enough about it. I need to understand.
Well, and maybe that presentation will help, because they can come and do a presentation, and it kind of covers the whole starting of the process from the recorder getting her changes in down to, what I do as far as the values versus what Annalisa does versus what Eugene does. It kind of gives a good overview of all of it, and they're very good to ask, that we can ask questions and stuff if you have them while they're here. And they've done it in some counties already, and they've offered to come to our county and do one. So if you guys are okay with that, I'd like to maybe set that up at our next commission meeting for the last of the agenda towards the end of the day.
Well, it depends on how full our agenda is on that day, though.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the thing.
I know you don't want to stay till 8 o'clock at night.
Well,
but
I don't keep them here till
right.
So,
But like I said, they have offered. They even said they could come after hours if we wanted them to, but I don't think we need that. Like today, you guys are pretty much done at 2:30ish. So like they could have come today, and you'd have been here a little longer, but they'd had plenty of time to get back. So I'll just work with Annalisa, and if it gets too full for the next month, then we'll kick it to April. But if we're okay for this next month, we have them come.
yeah, we just well, because we're not to start on the process.
I just, like I said, I know these audits are coming down the pipe, and it's not a matter of if we get audited, it's just going to be a matter of when. But that's one place I think they will really hammer us if we don't have things changed.
And who's the auditor? Who's doing these audits? It's the state auditor?
Oh, that's the state auditor. This is the property tax division people. So it would be like Josh, who is kind of over the property tax division.
And it's because they just went through a really big audit.
They went through a couple of different audits where they've had the legislative audit, then they've had other audits that kind of came from that legislative audit. And we've just changed our new state auditor. So, who knows what's all coming about, but they are really concerned apparently with what we are doing or not doing. So I'm thinking we probably better just get all on the same page and doing things right. And it made sense when we talked about it before, but we've gotten away from the checks and balances. You guys should be looking with fresh eyes at the evidence and saying, okay, here's this evidence, here's this evidence,
We want to use your eyes though.
I know. But the good old
But
boy.
I see, I see the reasoning for it.
You could used to take people at their word and at a handshake too, and you can't anymore. So anyway, that's I will get that set up then with them to come and do a presentation. And I think it'll be helpful for all of us. And then all the offices can be here, and then they can also ask questions. Or if you guys have questions, you can ask them. And I know they're really trying to help counties because they got dinged hard on these audits. I think a little bit unfairly, because I think they were trying to do some good things, but like I said, some counties were doing it, some counties weren't, and some counties 29 counties doing it 29 different ways. But like I said, I'm just concerned that we've got to have the checks and balances in place. There's too many powerful people coming into lots of different places, and and we don't want any look of impropriety.
Yeah.
I don't want people even thinking. The same people also thought that I was not a real appraiser. they made that comment as well. And I assured them that I was a certified licensed appraiser. I was certified general, which means I can do residential and commercial. I'm not just a residential appraiser. So anyway, I don't want anybody to even get even think that. That's not right. That's not the way it should be. And if they think that, then that's not correct.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Well, thank you.
Anything else you guys
Appreciate it.
have from me or for me?
I don't think I.
Keep us out of trouble.
You want to try to? If I can stay out of trouble by myself, I'm not a real appraiser, you know. I'm just a, I don't know what I am if I'm not an appraiser.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you for that.
Thank you. Appreciate your work on our.
Thanks for your insight.
Thanks, Annalise. I appreciate your openness that we'll figure this out.
Thanks, Kim. This is the MOU that's on this. Right here.
Okay.
And this is the Peak Solutions agreement. They're already signed, they just need to be approved.
Okay, we have a we have a solution for our lease equipment for some copiers. Looks like it's a term of 60 months, and looks like how many copiers does this include?
Oh, I don't have my notes in front of me. I can get that for you real quick if you want me to run into the office. I feel like it's just.
Is it all of them in the court?
So we have a couple of different leases.
Is it just the one in the reporter's office?
So it's this one in the hallway, and I think the sheriff's office are the two new ones.
And that's what
The one in our office, yeah, sheriff's, our office, my office, and the sheriff's office.
and that's what this contract covers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I make a motion that we enter into a contract for the copiers for $189 a month. For the copiers in the sheriff's office and in the clerk auditor's office.
Second that.
Moving seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we have a grant or an MOU of understanding between Rich County and the State Department of Public Safety stating the obligations by government award state funds for the recipient entity. This is for first responder mental health service amendments. So this was a grant that of $15,960 to provide mental health services for first responders. I move we enter into this grant agreement.
Okay, second.
Moving seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Okay,
And we will need those back.
I'll make a motion to approve January 25 expenses and also the January minutes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moving seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
For you to sign.
Want John to do that one, or you want to do that one?
Are we doing the canal?
Yeah.
We're gonna approve this? Okay, we need an ordinance. Did you, 26? Oh, 26.
So we still need the house.
So we had public, we had the public hearing.
We done with that? It's done. It's ready.
Yeah,
to go.
we just made one change on it. Okay,
You're putting, let me grab an ordinance, so I need an ordinance number.
yeah. So just discussing the changes for if people watch this.
So the change is in the very first paragraph.
Says canal means a waterway owned and operated by the Swan Creek or Hodges Canal Company for the transport of irrigation water. Canal does not include lesser side ditches that access the canal that are separated from the canal by a head gate. So this ordinance only affects those two canals that, have had problems or may have problems at the moment.
Correct.
Everywhere else is exempt. Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance number 025-5, Rich County Ordinance for the Protection of Canals.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
So John. Looks like an- Okay.
So mental health grant memo of understanding approval, is that the addendum that we already approved?
That's the one, the MOU that you just, the 15 grant, $15,000, 900.
Yeah.
Okay, so that, okay,
Yeah, that's the one you just approved from DPS.
all right.
And that hurt.
What's the same? So, seeing no other business, would you entertain a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second.
I'd say, all adjourned.